Jarvis Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas Robert, Reform UK, 10,799. And Palencius Yanis, English Democrats, England's National Party, 42. And there were 114 spoilt ballots.
So
I therefore duly declare Dan
seat in the north of England, Barnsley North, which has been held by the Labour MP and Shadow Minister Dan Jarvis, a former military man. He has beaten Reform into second place. They're on 10,799 votes. That was one of the seats where Reform had hoped to make some progress, where there were some...
133.
We're going to go straight to another declaration.
Lee Anthony Farmer, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404. Rachel Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976. Dan Walker, Liberal Democrats, 1,743. Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead, Reform UK, 6,281. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 121. I hereby declare that Rachel Reeves is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Leeds West and Pudsey constituency.
The woman highly likely to become the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first woman to hold that job. And she's about to give her victory speech. Let's listen in.
Thank you. It is a huge honour and a privilege to have been returned as the Labour Member of Parliament for Leeds West and Pudsey. Let me begin by thanking the returning officer, the counting agents, the polling clerks and the police who make elections possible. Let me also thank the other candidates in this contest for the campaigns that they have run. I want to thank my team, all our Labour councillors and everyone who has volunteered in Armley, Bramley, Carvley, Farsley and Pudsey. I could never list all of those whose support and friendship I have been so grateful for these last 14 years or more. But special thanks must go to my election agent, Joe Fiddis, and also to my predecessor, John Battle, whose help and generosity have been invaluable for so many years. A word too for somebody who isn't with us today. Jane Hill, who ran my constituency office for the best part of the last decade, was a great friend to so many of us. She was Labour through and through, but she died a few weeks before the election took place. Many of us will miss her this evening, including me. But thanks above all goes to the people of Leeds West and Pudsey. I've been so proud to represent Armley and Bramley for the last 14 years, and I will do everything in my power to repay your support. And to the people of Carvley and Farsley and Pudsey, who have returned a Labour Member of Parliament for the first time in more than 14 years, you have put your trust in me, and I will not let you down. My job now is to speak for the whole constituency, those who voted for me and those who didn't. And I promise I will do just that. I will fight for you every day to deliver the change that people in Leeds West and Pudsey need and deserve. I do not want to preempt the results that are still to come. But if what we have seen so far holds out, then it is clear that the British people have voted for change. That in the coming hours, after 14 years, people will wake up to the prospect of a new government. The first Labour victory in nearly 2 decades. A page turned. A new chapter started. A chance to look ahead to a brighter future that seemed so remote for so long. You have put your trust in Labour. Thanks to Keir Starmer's leadership, a changed Labour Party in the service of ordinary working people. We have promised to end the chaos, to turn the page and to get to work on rebuilding our country, and we will do so. We have sought the opportunity to govern not for self-interest, but to serve in the national interest, to tackle the cost of living crisis and make work pay, to rebuild our health service and our schools, to drive growth in every part of our great country, and to restore the stability that Britain has sorely lacked for too long. But I know that the road ahead will not be easy. There are no quick fixes, and the hard choices lie ahead. We are under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we face, or about the severity of the challenges that we will inherit from the Conservatives. It will come with a great weight of responsibility. I embrace it. It will demand hard work and harder choices. I am ready for them. And to those of you who have put your trust in us, we will not squander that trust. We have set out the first steps that we will take towards that better Britain and the missions to underpin a decade of national renewal. There is much to do. We have campaigned as we mean to go on, as a government of unity, not of division, a government of wealth creation, and a government in the national interest. Country first, party second. That is our promise to Britain. That is my promise to the people of Leeds West and Pudsey. We will not let you down. I will not let you down. And I can't wait to get started. Thank you very much.
Rachel Reeves saying she can't wait to get started, talking about a decade of national renewal. She also said that the results tonight could mean a page turned, a new chapter started. And Rachel Reeves, if the night pans out the way that she clearly seems to think it will, she will become the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer. And that, frankly, would be quite a moment.
Her speech, Chris, was almost exactly on script, the script we've heard again and again from the Labour leadership team during the course of this campaign. Talk to us about the relationship between her and Keir Starmer, because with any government, you know, whether it was Cameron and Osborne, Blair and Brown, the Chancellor-Prime Minister relationship is so crucial. Yeah. And of course, we've seen them in step during a campaign. But how do you think they'll work together in government?
It's interesting that you mentioned the Cameron and Osborne parallel, because there have been those within the Labour Party who looked at that relationship between a Prime Minister and a Chancellor, a functional relationship, and hoped that they could model a relationship between Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves along the same lines, rather than, as we've seen through history, spectacular examples of where Chancellors and Prime Ministers don't get on or don't communicate properly or whatever it might be. The two of them so far, let's see where the rigours of government might take them, have attempted to build themselves as this double act. And we've seen Rachel Reeves in the last few years charged with this mission of trying to convince the country that she and they can be trusted with the public's money. But as Clive, you were pointing to a few minutes ago, the challenge they're going to face is the challenges that we're all aware of in terms of the challenges the country faces, plus the limitations they've imposed on themselves because they felt that was necessary in order to reassure former Conservative voters to switch to Labour, in terms of what they can actually do and how they juggle that with any sense of expectation that might be attached to a whopping majority if that's where we end up by the morning. I'm
just going to stop you there because there's declaration coming in Swindon.
I, Sam Mowbray, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Andy Bentley, Green Party, 2,366. Flo Klukas, Liberal Democrat, 2,086. Debbie Hicks, Independent, 260. Scott Victor Abbas Hunter, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 139. Will Stone, Labour Party, 17,930. Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,827. Les Willis, Reform UK, 7,557. There were 124 rejected ballot papers, and the turnout at this election was 60.48%. And I do hereby declare that Will Stone is duly elected.
So another Labour MP taken from the Conservatives, another government minister, this time Justin Tomlinson, taken out in the general election of 2024. You can see again, though, there was a strong showing for Reform, back in third place, but again, having polled many votes. And the majority there, still the kind of majority you'd expect in a kind of bellwether seat like that, 4,103.
Just a very quick nugget. The Conservatives acknowledging what the Liberal Democrats were briefing 15-20 minutes ago about Chichester in Sussex. They expect to lose. So Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, expecting to lose.
So the first cabinet minister to have gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to Swindon North. Let's just give you a look at the share in the votes there. Labour up 10 points. The Conservatives down -27. Reform up 17. So that part of the story there in Swindon North. The Greens are on 2, Liberal Democrats down 3. But look at that swing from the Conservatives to Labour. 19%, way above what the exit poll was suggesting a little bit earlier. So Labour taking that seat, Swindon North, from the Conservatives. Another gain for Labour.
OK, let's take a look at how some of these numbers might pan out across the board. Rita, you've got a lot of names on the board. We're getting more data in slowly, but we are starting to be able to make a bit of a jigsaw out of it.
We certainly are, Laura. I'm going to take a look at a couple of regions now, a couple of English regions. You can see here the South East. These are the battleground seats based on the 2019 results. These are all the seats that were Conservative in 2019. They start in order, they're in order of marginality. So Wickham, Eastbourne, the most marginal, and they go down to safer seats for the Conservatives, including Basingstoke and Dover and Deal right down the bottom there. Now, in terms of results so far, what have we had in? Well, we've had the one in Eastleigh, which is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives, their second gain of the night after Harrogate. But let's take a look, using our exit poll, at what we think is going to happen, might well happen given the exit poll. And look, you can see all the blue has gone away from these seats. Now, these are not all the seats in the South East. These are the top 24 they are that were Conservative in 2019, but there is no more blue left here. Now, we don't know for sure that this is going to happen, but on the basis of probability, this is what we think we're going to be seeing: a lot of red and a lot of Lib Dem orange. Let me take you to another region. Now, this time we're looking at the northwest of England. This is a place where Boris Johnson did very well in 2019, taking those seats off Labour: Burnley, Lee and Atherton, places like Whitehaven and Workington, red wall seats as they were called. In terms of results, I think we're going to see a lot of white here. No results in quite yet. That's all going to change very significantly quite soon. But let's take a look at the 2024 forecast. And again, the blue disappears. Much more red here this time, but some Lib Dem potential gains as well. Cheadle, Hazel Grove, we are forecasting might well go Lib Dem. And Westmoreland, which the Lib Dems got last time round, actually. Tim Farron won that seat for the Liberal Democrats, but because of boundary changes, it is now what we call a notional Conservative seat. But we are forecasting that that could well go Lib Dem again. So, you know, that is another way of telling the story that we are telling repeatedly: a very bad night for the Conservatives. And you can see that specifically in these two regions.
You absolutely can, Rita. Thanks so much.
Margaret Hodge. A few details in some of those figures that should be pause for thought for Labour. The enthusiasm, perhaps, isn't necessarily there on some of the results with a low turnout, but also with the performance of Reform in some of these cases. I just wonder if, despite the fact that the exit poll is saying that this is going to be a thumping majority and a magnificent majority, no question about that, going forward, there could be cause for concern.
Well, let's start. It is a thumping majority. It's more than I ever dreamt of when I came out in 2019. when we had the worst result ever, I thought it would take us a decade to get to a position where we might have regained the trust of the people. We've done it in 4.5 years, so that's brilliant. But I agree that there are other things going on. So I think low turnout is a worry. We had that in 2001. I remember when I was embarking, and I was worried then. I had a turnout then below 50% actually embarking. So I did do some work around on a couple of council estates in my constituency. What came out of that, it was focus groups, it was anger, not apathy, that kept people away. And I think that's a lesson for today. I'm afraid under, the Conservatives have lost so much trust from Boris through to Liz Truss, and Sunak couldn't restore it. There's such a loss of trust in politics, and people are really, really angry. So it's a protest vote for reform. Reform for me is like the BNP was embarking in the run-up to 2010. It's where people put their vote if they don't trust. So I do think that things are concerned. And let me just one further thing, which is why it's so important when this Labour government comes in that it sticks to what it said, that it holds true to what the commitments that we've made. And those that I've been in a couple of studios already tonight where people are saying, oh, we've got to be braver, we've got to be bolder. We've got to do what we said. We are going to stick to those clear fiscal limits. We're going to do what we can within them. We've got a clear sense of direction. We've got to build the economy. But let me just, one final thing. I mean, I was looking at figures the other night. There is 40 billion gap in what people should be paying in tax and what they do. If we can just close that gap by a little bit, that would release a few more billion, which we could put in investing in the public services, which have been so destroyed after the 14 years of the government.
I covered that race in 2015. I was down there with you.
2010.
2010. And what's interesting is that, yes, you managed to vanquish the BNP, but Reform are not the BNP.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've seen some comments by some of their candidates and members, and which reminds me a lot of what the BNP was like on that. And the task I had, I mean, this is going back a little bit in history, but the task I had in 2006, the BNP won a lot of council seats. I had a 4-year task of rebuilding trust with my white working class voters so that they would come back to the Labour fold. And I did that. I mean, I changed, I worked very hard at it. I changed the way I did my politics. And I think we've got to take the lessons from that. We've got to take some of the lessons from what's happened tonight and rebuild trust. But what is really, with the British people, what is really important is actually you come in and do what you say you're going to do. And to those who say, there's not vision for Labour, it's lacking, it's not bold enough. I mean, I just think about a family, right? So you've got a little baby. We are saying, OK, we're going to have 100,000 more childcare places. That's the start. That child then goes to primary school. What we're saying, breakfast clubs. Goes to secondary schools, 6,500 more teachers. Goes into apprenticeship and training, more there. Wants to buy a home when they grow up, 1.5 million more homes. That is a story about starting to rebuild that infrastructure that has been so destroyed and appallingly managed, I'm afraid, over the last 14 years.
And in terms of that appalling management, as Dame Margaret called it, Lee Kay, I mean, what responsibility do you take for this? You were part of Boris Johnson's team that almost as soon as you won the election started fighting amongst themselves. You then were there during COVID, when everybody knows now what happened behind closed doors in Downing Street when you were there, as detailed in gory detail in the Sue Gray report about Partygate. Do you take responsibility for the mistakes that you made while you were there?
So, on Sue Gray's report, you'll know that during the Partygate things, I was one of the people who said at the time some of the things should be looked at and I did differently. But I think we all have to take responsibility as to what went wrong during that period. And I think there are two different sort of concurrent tracks. There is one which is just generally poor sort of governance and standards, which the people, the public are understandably upset by. I think the second element, again, I come back to this sort of delivery point. There was a plan and a structure post-2019 election.
I'm just going to interrupt you there because we're getting the declaration from Ashfield, Lee Anderson, who was Conservative and defected to Reform. Will he hold his seat? Let's listen in.
I give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Lee Anderson, Reform UK, 17,062. Alexander Coates, the Green Party, 1,100. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,553. Debbie Solomon, Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
Well done, Debbie.
Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independent, Putting People Before Politics, 6,276. The number of ballot papers rejected.
So Lee Anderson
106.
becomes the first Reform MP of the night. He, of course, defected to Reform from the Conservatives. His majority there, 5,509, and again, a relatively low turnout. But the Conservatives and an ex-Brexit Party representative there, beaten into 4th place, and Labour into 2nd place. So that Reform's first MP and first victory tonight. We're going to hear Lee Anderson now.
Thank you. First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. They worked incredibly hard, and all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to the Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they now back me again as a Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place which I call my home is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
So, Lee Anderson, the first MP for the Reform UK tonight and ever. Lee Anderson there, as I say, started out as a local councillor there in Ashfield, went to the Conservatives, became an independent, now he's Reform. Chris?
Well, it's the first on the board, isn't it, for Reform UK, and perhaps the first one that they would have looked to tonight, irrespective of the exit poll of a few hours ago, to see if their first MP, courtesy of a defection, could win on his own ticket, on a Reform UK ticket, and there he has, and done so with a reasonable margin of victory. Conservative vote there absolutely tiny, really, reduced to what was it, about 3,000. And yeah, that first bit of evidence that Reform are going to have a presence in the next Parliament. There's one or two other seats where we might have expected, on the basis of the exit poll, for them to perhaps do a little bit better than they did. But they are going to be there. Lee Anderson is going to be there and making Reform's presence felt. It'd be interesting to see how many colleagues he has alongside him by the morning. And we're just seeing pictures of Clacton in the bottom right corner of your screen. The reason we're showing those scenes there in Clacton is not just that's because where Nigel Farage hopes himself to win an MP seat, which he's tried to do 7 times previously. He's trying to do it tonight as the leader of Reform UK, but we expect he might come out of that restaurant any moment now. So we are trying to see through the glass. I'm sure our teams on the ground have got some kind of tip-off that he is there. So if we manage to catch a glimpse of Nigel Farage, that would be in the next few minutes on those pictures. That's what election night's all about, aren't they? Poking cameras through restaurant windows at 2 in the morning. And the restaurant's open. Well, maybe it's next to the count and they've decided to cash in because election counts are busy and exciting places. Right. But we're just watching those pictures where we might see a glimpse of Nigel Farage. But in terms, though, Chris, of Reform, so Lee Anderson became a Reform MP because of a defection. He's now shown significantly that he can win a seat in and of his own right. We'll remind people that our exit poll projected 13 seats. Yeah. John Curtis has given us a bucket of salt on that. We must remind people that could change very significantly. And yet, there's no question from some of the actual results we've seen so far, they are making a big
dent in things.
Yes, and so they will be able to make, irrespective of their number of seats in the House of Commons by breakfast time, a moral case that they are making an imprint in British politics and therefore should be part of the conversation that follows. How noisy that conversation will depend on the number of seats that they manage to win. But given the number of second places we've seen them ratchet up in the northeast of England, the expectation that they will advance beyond the seat that we've just seen declared there for Lee Anderson, they're going to be part of this conversation, aren't they? A conversation particularly on the right about how the right in its breadth, Conservatives, Reform and others, shapes up as a series of opposition voices to a Labour government. And the precise complexion of that will be fascinating once we get some further results. Just one other nugget to bring you. Labour have gained Cannock Chase in the West Midlands. Was a massive majority for the Conservatives. Keir Starmer there just the other day, which is a sense of an indicator that their data might have been pretty good in terms of making sure that they put him where they felt he could make a difference in those last couple of days. 3,500 Labour majority now.
OK, well, Rita's got those numbers, in fact. Rita, let's take a look at how it stacked up.
Well, it's exactly as Chris was saying. It is the loss of a massive majority for the Conservatives. Look what has happened to their vote share here. Down 40%. Now, we think that is the biggest drop in support for the Conservatives that we have ever been able to find. We might have to be stood corrected, but at the moment we think that is the most spectacular collapse in the party support ever. The new MP for Cannock Chase is Labour's Josh Newbury, and he's defeated Amanda Milling, who used to be party chair for a while under Boris Johnson, and she had a majority of over 20,000. So that really is a very eye-catching result. Reform also doing very well here, an increase of 27% in their vote share. And this was a very Levy area. Cannock Chase sort of, just short of 70% voted Leave. I want to show you another seat, which is a Conservative hold. This is Rayleigh and Wickford. Mark Francois re-elected as Conservative MP here. But I'm showing you this partly because, again, the vote share for the Conservatives has dropped dramatically, down 36% for Mark Francois. So he's back in, with the majority.
We're going to pick you pictures of Sir Keir Starmer. This is in North London, I'm assuming. Yes, there he is. And he's smiling very broadly there. Neil Kinnock, you're here with us in the studio. What are your thoughts when you see that?
I'm delighted for Keir and for Vicky, because this gain that he's made on the basis of the exit poll of 208 seats is quite extraordinary. And he's done it. He'd be the first to say, no, it's my colleagues and the discipline shown in the Labour Party and the desire to win, and all that were factors. But this guy decided 4.5 years ago that he was going to transform the Labour Party, and he did. And he did it for the first 2 years without being able to meet the public even, which is really the bread and butter for any opposition leader, I know very well. And so if anybody deserves the tribute of victor, then it's Keir, who's put together a programme and a group of people who deserve this victory.
But you look at that swing, for instance, in Cannock Chase, 26%.
That's extraordinary. I mean, Cannock Chase, going back a long way, right up until 1970, was solid Labour mining territory. The Member of Parliament was Jenny Lee, who was an Erin Bevan's wife. And then, in the years since it swung around, it became very conservative, of course, in 2019, part of the so-called Red Wall. And today, what we've seen there, as we've seen in the south of England and many other places, is such a revulsion against the incompetence and the multiple crises in the public services, all of them, but also a mood of expulsion at the sheer decadence of the Conservative government, especially in the last 6-7 years.
Are you confident that he can deliver for those people who moved away from Labour 5 years ago and have now decided, you know what, plague on all your houses, but I might as well go back to Labour. I might as well try them again. These people cannot be let down again, surely.
Well, what Keir had to do was not just rely upon the implosion of the Conservatives and their divisions and ridiculous pantomime in the Parliamentary Conservative Party and all the scandals. He couldn't and didn't rely on that. He had to make Labour a credible alternative that people were willing to vote for. That's the first stage. Now, getting to the stage where more people want to vote Labour, that depends upon the words and, most important of all, the actions of government. Because he's under-promised, he can overachieve. And he'll be talking the language that people comprehend. He won't be patronising anybody. He will be explaining perpetually and trying cumulatively to make the changes that are necessary. He said very publicly, we can't do it quickly, given our inheritance, but we will do it cumulatively and very positively. And he'll live up to that.
Look, thank you.
Let's talk to Fiona Bruce, who's there somewhere in that scrum. It is quite a scrum around Sir Keir Starmer there. You can see him with his wife, Lady Starmer Victoria. Also there he was just kissing Baroness Louise Casey, crossbencher member of the House of Lords there. But Fiona is somewhere in that scrum. Fiona, the atmosphere there looks like somebody who's quite content to believe that he's going to make his own dream come true and walk into Downing Street tomorrow. No more pussyfooting around for Team Starmer by the looks of those pictures, that this is all just a forecast.
It certainly looks that way, I have to say. I mean, when he arrived in the building, he took us all by surprise. He came in a different entrance. This huge cheer went up as he entered the building. I mean, all around me, all the counters, they've all finished counting now. They're all looking down, waiting to see the man as he arrived. And as you saw, he was also not only saying hello to Baroness Louise Casey, but also to Tulip Siddiq, who is another local MP here. Her count is also happening here, Hampstead and Highgate. But yes, so many people, of course, want to see their man tonight here in Holborn and St Pancras. I mean, interestingly, the turnout here, with that information we have had, is lower than it was at previous election. In fact, it's the last time it was this low was 2005, and I know John Curtis was talking about that. So huge enthusiasm here for the man, but the turnout has been relatively low at something like 54%. And we're waiting now just for the actual results to be announced. They're all the photographers are all waiting, but Keir Starmer's very keen, clearly, to make sure that he thanks all the people who've come here and volunteered till the small hours to count the votes, all the party activists, all the staff who've dedicated so much of their time. He wants to show that he is here for them, as well as for us, and of course all of you watching at home.
And we're just going to keep showing everybody at home all of those pictures as Keir Starmer makes his way through a very, very busy scrum there at King's Cross in central London. And Neil Kinnock, I can't imagine what must be going through your mind and going through your heart as you watch these pictures. But I just want to put to you a slightly trickier point. So our number crunchers under Sir John Curtis have discovered on this point, looking at the first three declarations in your beloved Wales, Labour support has gone down by 5 points. So what's gone wrong there?
I'm not surprised in many ways, because there has been an organised and very deliberate and completely understandable, even though I don't agree with it, campaign against some of the policies of the Welsh Labour government in the Senedd in Cardiff, specifically and particularly the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. And that is in the process of changing, but nevertheless, I know that people wanted to register resentment and opposition to that. So that's part of the story. The difficulties encountered by the First Minister
Von Athens, who got into trouble over some donations.
Yeah, taking a donation which was legal and within the rules, but nevertheless alienated people. There's no doubt at all about that. There's a third factor, and it's difficult to audit it at this stage in proceedings. That'll come a bit later. And that is, I anticipate that partly because Labour's been in power in South Wales in the Senedd for 25 years, a proportion of those votes going to reform will come from the Labour Party. Most of them will come from the Tories. Some of it will come from the Labour Party, because reform in South Wales, as in the North East, as in parts of the former Yorkshire coalfield, as in parts of Lancashire, is offering very simple answers to desperately complicated questions, and that always has a magnetic effect on a certain proportion of the electorate. And that phenomenon will be seen in South Wales.
And just as we've been talking, there are some pictures there of Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. We spoke to a short while ago on the programme. He was blaming the results partly on the removal of Boris Johnson. We can see him there at his count in Bath with his wife there, and I think one of the mini-Moggs, as they're known, one of his many children. But Jacob Rees-Mogg, very prominent Conservative who might be in trouble tonight in his seat in Somerset. There are also some pictures I think we can just show you. There's John Swinney. Just don't walk out of the shot, First Minister. There we are in Glasgow. Well, we'll keep an eye on that and we'll try and bring you that.
We've got
the First Minister, John Swinney.
Declaration coming up, Rochdale.
They're wandering
Here
around.
It is.
Do hereby give notice that the recorded is as
Okay, a few
Paul
problems with the
Simon
feed there. Oh,
Ellis,
here it is.
The Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' 11,587. Michael David Howard, Reform UK.
Right, okay, we're having enormous problems there getting a line from Rochdale.
And we'll go there as soon as we have that result. Remember why it's an important constituency. George Galloway won that seat for the Workers' Party of Great Britain in February. Labour's Paul Waugh was hoping to take that back. In Rochdale, the kind of place where Labour really would hope to be winning tonight, as they are in all parts of the country, as we've seen so far. Lots of results still to come in. But that's why that result in Rochdale is one that we have been looking at very, very closely. We've had some problems with the sound.
Yeah.
Let's just give another try. Let's listen in.
No. Oh, right,
Apologies,
lost
we're
it
still
again.
having troubles with the sound. We'll give you that result properly
When we
as
get it.
soon as we can. We can see the face of the Labour candidate there, Paul Waugh, on the stage. We don't want to guess and speculate and give you the wrong result. We'll get straight back there when we can.
30% of the voters there are Muslim voters as well. So one wonders how that is going to play into the final result with, of course, George Galloway there, the MP.
We do now have the result. George Galloway, I'm told, is no longer the MP. He has lost that seat to Labour's Paul Waugh. And if we can just show you Neil Kinnock.
Here.
Punching the air.
He is repulsive. Galloway is repulsive. He always has been. And I've known him since...
He was a thorn in your side.
Oh, he was never a thorn in my side, but because he didn't count. But and I couldn't find a good reason to chuck him out, which used to infuriate me. But I've known him since 1983, and he is repellent.
Why do you say that?
Well, he's such a chancer. Okay, he's so superficial.
Neil, we're going to come in here because we've got a declaration in Kilmarnock.
Being the returning officer for the UK parliamentary election for the Kilmarnock and Loudon constituency, hereby declare the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. Alan Brown, Scottish National Party, 13,936. Jordan Cowie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,527. Bex Glen, Scottish Greens, 1,237. Lillian Jones, Scottish Labour Party, 19,055. Stephen McNamara, Independent, 401. William Thompson, Reform UK, 3,472. Edward Thornley, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 850. and that the said Lillian Jones has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Kilmarnock and Loudon constituency.
So Labour taking that seat, Kilmarnock and Loudon, our first seat and declaration in Scotland there, with a majority of over 5,000 from the Scottish National Party. Is that, Chris Mason, something that obviously Labour will cheer? But
it is, and it's one of many, many seats, particularly in Scotland's central belt, those towns and cities in and around Glasgow and Edinburgh that Labour have been eyeing for at least the last couple of years, seen as absolutely crucial to them, not just in assembling a majority, perhaps less crucial given their performance in England, but being able to make an argument that says that they can govern for the whole of the UK because they can point to representation in England, Scotland and Wales in sizable number if results like that are replicated.
I think also the psychological impact, Neil Kinnock, of Labour taking its first seat in Scotland, going from third to first place in that constituency, so leapfrogging. I mean, they've done that. Imagine what the scene will be like in Labour HQ. Paint a picture for us when they see that seat.
A dram or two will be taken. I should imagine. But the wonderful thing is, this has been a gradual process of rebuilding of the Labour Party in Scotland under a terrific young leader. He's young, but he's very experienced. And the quality of the candidates that we've got, the absolute eradication of complacency and condescension, and the fact that there's a freshness that appeals to people in Scotland. And that's why we're making gains of this kind.
I'm just going to show our viewers, explain, we're seeing Richard Holden, because he's not necessarily the most recognisable politician in the country. Right. He is the Conservative Party chairman, staring down at his phone. We know there is a recount in his seat, which should be solid, true blue, rock-solid Conservative voter. He is in trouble there, and it is written all over his face. I don't know if that's a hug of consolation. Yes, maybe that's a hug of consolation, and he might have lost his seat. That would be a huge humiliation for the Conservative Party chairman, somebody who attends cabinets. But there's another declaration coming in. Let's go straight there. Ed Davies' seat.
I, Councillor Liz Green, being the returning officer for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency election held on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official Monster Raving Looney Party, 230.
Thank you.
Debershi Das, the Green Party, 3009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870. Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dane, Labour Party, 6,561. Eunice, apologies, Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for Sub-Postmasters, 1,177. Therefore, I give notice that Edward Jonathan Davey is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency.
Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats there, more than doubling his majority on his previous win. Ed Davey there, 25,870. He's the MP. The Conservative, Helen Edward, in second place. Turnout not bad, 66%, 17,235. The majority Reform coming in fourth place there with 4,000.
And in a second, we'll hear from the jubilant Lib Dem leader, who's probably happy about their national performance, but let's just show you the change, see what happened here. It was the Conservatives crashing down that has put that big smile on Ed Davies' face.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team, and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We've put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. Number one amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis, so that you can see a doctor or find an NHS dentist when you need them. And so your loved ones get the high-quality care when you need it, where you need it. And that's what Liberal Democrat MPs will fight for every day in the next Parliament. I've shared my own caring story during this campaign, and I've been overwhelmed by the response, especially from fellow carers. People looking after their loved ones who've got in touch to say, that's my story too. And I'm grateful that we've been able to bring caring out of the shadows in this campaign. And we will continue to stand up for a society where we value care and properly support carers, because we cannot afford not to. Let me finish by thanking my wonderful family, even though I hope they're sound asleep. Emily, I love you, and I could not have done this without you. Ellie and John, I love you so much. And to our fantastic team, thank you so much. This would not have happened without you. My election agent, Simon Drage, organiser, Cosmo Lupton.
Sir Ed Davey there, thanking all those who supported him. We want to be your champion, he said in that victory speech, holding his seat there, Kingston and Surbiton, with a vastly increased majority.
So, from the outskirts of southwest London, we've seen a nervous-looking Jacob Rees-Mogg in Bath, and underneath that, Emily Thornberry, another member of Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet, likely to be heading for cabinet, speaking at her account in Islington. But while Ed Davey was making his speech, the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, held her seat in Ashton-under-Lyne, and she's been speaking too. Let's hear what she had to say.
Can I give my sincere thanks to the returning officer and the team who worked so hard to give this result. And I give the same thanks to the police who have kept us safe and all the other public servants who make our democracy work. I would also like to thank the other candidates, because democracy only works when people put themselves forward for office. I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life. You've stood by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government. Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me, it's been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the power that comes from our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our Ange, the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside, and the trade unionists I stood alongside. From all of them, I learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for others. Because to represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty, one that I intend to fulfil.
Ashton-under-Lyne, Greater Manchester. Let's go to Clacton. These are live pictures.
To an end to division and to...
Which is actually leader of the Conservative Party now, Mr. Conservative Party?
What a terrible idea. Just stay down. Come out, folks, please. Come out, folks. Just stay down.
Thank you.
A real huddle there around Nigel Farage. He's just left the local restaurant to go to his count. He has seen Lee Anderson become the first Reform MP of the night in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, and he's certainly hoping to be at least the second Reform MP this evening. It's looking fairly good in terms of the proportion of the votes that Reform have managed to get across the board. But they only have the one MP. This is Labour's night so far.
And there again, we can show you pictures of Keir Starmer there, laughing and joking. Now, that is not a face that many people would have seen until fairly recently of Keir Starmer in public. Labour has just taken Stevenage in Hertfordshire from the Conservatives. They've also just taken Bishop Auckland from the Conservatives up in the northeast, one of those seats that turned blue last time round but has gone back. Labour has also just in the last couple of minutes, it's coming thick and fast now, taken Barrow and Furness from the Conservative Party up in Cumbria. They'll be delighted to take that back. So the pattern so far tonight is that Labour seems to be winning pretty much everywhere, but Reform taking chunks out of the Conservative vote, but also putting pressure in kind of every kind of seat that we've seen so far. Keir Starmer there. Oh, and
yeah, look at Basildon.
Cutting a lonely figure, the Tory party chair. He looks even more despondent than he did the last time.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, indeed, yes. He looks as if he was sitting on the floor a little bit earlier, actually. But he wasn't. He was on a chair. They had a recount there, and it was very, very close indeed. And we're just wondering what the result is.
His aide or colleague shrugging. We don't know if they're shrugging to say, we don't know what's going on, or if they're shrugging to say, you're sorry. What a contrast there. Richard Holden looking despondent, Keir Starmer tucked on the side of the stage, looking absolutely delighted, shaking of heads there. And Richard Holden cutting a very, very lonely figure. Remember, the Conservative Party chairman, who traditionally in that role should be leading the campaign, should be out on the airwaves, defending and making the argument. We've seen almost nothing of him until tonight.
And remember that there was a lot of controversy about him being the prospective parliamentary candidate there because the local party were unhappy. He was parachuted in.
Pacing up and down.
He's actually making a moral judgment because he abandoned a seat up in County Durham.
Well, it was scrapped, wasn't it? It was scrapped as the boundaries were redrawn.
But I know that the neighbouring Conservative, who was retiring, asked if he wanted to appear in that seat. He was invited, I was told, 8 times by the constituency party. And don't forget, he was chairman of the Conservative Party to be their candidate. And he went south to this seat, and he might squeak it, he might lose it. But I think the electorate have made a moral judgment about it.
Just tell us, though, Neil, because you can see the Labour candidate there also looking anxious, looking at those bundles of paper.
Yeah.
What's it like at a recount?
Well, the only recount I ever experienced, and it gave my mother-in-law chickens, because she was up there in Anglesey, and there was a recount announced in my constituency. It was actually about the Tory deposit, and which they lost. And she was very relieved because in those days, without mobile phones, she had no means of communicating.
Right.
So she did the intelligent thing and called the police station. and the police were very kind. We had lovely coppers. And they phoned her back and told her what was going on.
Well, just while we are watching these pictures, another few results coming in for the Labour Party. They've taken Thurrock from the Conservatives. That's something they'll be delighted about. Thurrock in Essex, the Labour Party has taken that in the last couple of minutes. I also think that they have just taken Scunthorpe as well. The new MP, Nick Dakin, who used to be in Parliament some time ago, they've taken that from the Tories with another whopper of a swing of 15%. So we are getting into the part of the night. We can see Richard Tice, senior member of Reform there, but we are starting to get into the night where things start to come in thick and fast.
We're going to start getting a flood of results.
Yeah, the sort of night of 1,000 stories really kicks into gear, doesn't it? At, nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm hearing the Lib Dems have won in Bicester and Woodstock in Oxfordshire. A little detail there is that the Conservative candidate is Rupert Harrison, who used to be a senior advisor to George Osborne when Mr Osborne was Chancellor.
Did you say the Lib Dems think they've won it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
Let's go back to Clacton. Alex Forsyth is there. It looks as if, with Mr Farage having left the local restaurant and turned up at the count, we may be getting a result soon, Alex?
Yeah, Clive, I think it's pretty imminent now. You might be able to see in the distance behind me Mr Farage with a group of supporters. He's just talking to his election agent as we speak. As you say, he's been at a local restaurant this evening. He says to thank the people of Clacton. I think we're about 10-15 minutes away from the declaration, but in all honesty, everybody here that I've spoken to so far thinks it is highly likely that on his 8th attempt, Nigel Farage will eventually become an MP in Westminster. The MP for Clacton. We'll have to wait for the official result, but I've spoken to several people that seem to think now that that is the most likely outcome. And of course, that would be, so far this evening, the party's second MP to be elected, because of course we saw that result with Lee Anderson in Ashfield. So at the moment, I mean, the excitement, the temperatures just stepped up a few notches in this room. I have to tell you, the press have all flooded down to this pen at the end of the count hall, and you can see Mr Farage in the distance consulting with some of the Reform UK supporters and his election agent. The counting's sort of wrapping up now in the hall behind me, and I think, I'm told, we'll get the declaration within the next 10 minutes or so. So that could be a really significant moment for Nigel Farage. Tried several times to become an MP. This could be it.
We're also looking at pictures on the screen there of Richard Tice, chairman of Reform UK. Stepped back from leading the party so that Nigel Farage could enter the race. Reform, the way that they've been nibbling away at the Conservatives and indeed at Labour as well over the course of the evening. Very interesting indeed. But we're now going to a declaration here. And this is Holborn and St Pancras. This is Sir Keir Starmer's seat.
Smiling away there as just as we wait for the results of his count. But I think everybody can see from his face what has happened, not just in his own constituency, where there was never any chance that he would have had a problem, but of course the pattern that he is seeing right across the country. Labour turning seat after seat red.
I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884. The total number of votes cast across Holborn and St Pancras constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024 was 38,602. The total number of ballot papers rejected was
Keir Starmer
223.
keeping his seat there and quite possibly becoming the next
Warrant of
Prime
official mark
Minister.
0.
18,884. The majority is 11,572, which looks as if it's down. Way down, actually, on the previous result. And the turnout, again, very low, 54%.
So what's fascinating about this result, you can see Labour's vote, Keir Starmer's vote, dropped significantly by 17%, up 19% for an independent candidate. So Andrew Feinstein is a pro-Gaza activist who made a big play of that in the campaign, and he didn't come close to beating Keir Starmer, but he got a big result. Here he is.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime, the pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need, the local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
So Sir Keir Starmer there at his own count, his majority eaten into by a conflict many miles away, an independent candidate pushing the cause of Gaza. But he talked there, Sir Keir Starmer, about public service, about change, some of the watchwords of what has been an incredibly disciplined campaign by the Labour Party. He said, we want to see an end of the politics of performance and more of the politics of public service. And I should say that Labour have also gained Folkestone and Hythe and Bolsover, while the Liberal Democrats have gained Chelmsford and Cheltenham. So Labour, according to our exit poll, heading for a landslide, a majority of 170 seats. And some of the swings that we've been seeing is pointing to that.
The first speech there from our Prime Minister in waiting, Sir Keir Starmer, who within 24 hours can expect, on the basis of the results and our exit poll, to be in Downing Street. We're going to keep showing you these pictures of Billericay, where the Tory chairman looks like he's in deep trouble, and Nigel Farage in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, who's waiting for his declaration, hoping to take a seat for the first time in Essex. But while we do that, I want to bring in our guest, Henna Davison, former Conservative MP, has joined us again. Lord Kennett's still here, and Lord Peter Mandelson is here. I mean, this is like Labour history, round the table in the studio. Labour history.
Back a long way, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and you haven't always agreed on everything, have you? You
no,
two?
You have not.
But we've just
But we do know.
Oh, you do now?
We do know.
OK, so we'll write that down. Write down at 3:10 in the morning.
I worked for and served him. What are you talking about?
Well, so it's interesting. So we've just seen Labour history there, haven't we, tonight? The first speech from Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister in waiting. And he returned to his theme we've heard so many times in the campaign. He wants to return politics to public service. One of your slogans, of course, in New Labour was being servants of the people, not masters of the people. Peter, what goes through your mind when you see him on a platform looking kind of like a different man, looking smiling, relaxed, looking like all this work has got him where he believed he could, when many people said he couldn't?
I'm sorry that he's become such a lightning conductor for the conflict in Gaza. That was absolutely inevitable, I'm afraid. In a seat that he holds in Camden, where there was a massive and orchestrated campaign undertaken mainly through social media in order to target him personally over Gaza. So that's inevitable. But the more important point is that he's not a performative politician. He's not like one of these bog-standard politicians who goes in for sound bites and photo opportunities. He's not a sort of circus performer.
Well,
he is a
quite
doer.
a lot of photo opportunities and sound bites in the last 6 weeks.
Well, he certainly had to do that, but he much prefers doing than talking. He's a diligent, professional, focused man who grasps all the issues, and that's why, in my view, he's going to make a very good Prime Minister.
I wonder, Peter, what your influence has been on him, because you have been advising behind the scenes. And we'll hold that thought. We're going to go to Welling and Grant Shapps' declaration there. Let's listen in.
Another impressive part.
results of poll, election of a Member of Parliament for Welland Hatfield on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, Annie Brewster, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986. Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877. Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 46. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified.
So Grant Shapps,
0.
who has been the Defence Minister and has done lots of different jobs in Cabinet, has been knocked out by the Labour Party in his constituency of Welland Hatfield. Affluent commuter belt area, not too far from London in Hertfordshire, but he is beaten by the Labour Party, with a majority cut to 3,799. So Grant Shapps, the 6th Minister to lose tonight.
Yeah, we certainly want to hear what he's got to say. The Labour share of the vote, 41%. The Conservatives, 33%. Reform on 13. And just look at the share change there. Labour up 9. The Conservatives down 19% and Reform up 13.
And Reform getting twice the vote of the gap between Conservatives and Labour.
Exactly, precisely. And that swing from the Conservatives to Labour in the seat held by the Defence Secretary, 14%. 14%.
So there'll be the speech from the winning candidate there, of course, the Labour candidate and new MP, Andrew Lowe, but we'll come back to Grant Shapps when we hear from him. Let's take you to another declaration in Chingford. Will Ian Duncan-Smith be the latest senior Conservative to lose out? Let's listen in.
Green Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan-Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524. Therefore, I give public notice that Ian Duncan-Smith is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Chingford and Woodford Green constituency.
1,555 votes. Robert Davis, Reform UK, 3,039 votes. Duncan Dunlop, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,649 votes. Scott Alexander Hamilton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,335 votes. Lynn Ann Jardine, Scottish National Party, 10,290 votes. George Caravan, Alba Party, 557 votes. Shona McIntosh, Scottish Greens, 2,477 votes. Therefore, I give public notice that Douglas Alexander is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Lothian East constituency. The total number of votes cast across Lothian East at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July was 48,000.
Winning that seat there, Lothian East, east of Edinburgh. Labour needed a 3.7% swing, and he's done it. The ex-MP and Cabinet Minister is now back in the Commons. And Peter Mandelson.
No ballot papers were rejected because
he's
they
your
did
man.
not bear the official
I'm very glad he's back. He was a very good Cabinet Minister. He'll be a very good member of the Parliamentary Labour Party. He'll make a great contribution.
Straight into the Cabinet, do you think?
That would surprise me, but, you know, as these appointments aren't up to anyone other than Keir Starmer, I suggest you call him.
Well, what would you
advise?
I would advise that, I mean, unless there's some gap in the Cabinet, if some member of the shadow Cabinet, for whatever reason, loses their seat. I mean, they're a very, very good team. They know their portfolios. They know their files extremely well. I'd be surprised if they're not translated into office as members of the Cabinet.
Let's listen to Grant Shapps, who's just lost his seat.
On your victory this evening, tonight, you will take over the mantle of representing Welland Hatfield, a privilege that I've had for the past 19 years, after I won my seat on my second attempt and 5 times in total. I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the baton. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly, to business secretary, energy secretary, and of course, currently defence secretary. I want to pay tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm, and my proudest achievement in government has been to secure that very large multi-billion-pound additional funding to increase our armed forces spending. It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning, and I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, our armed forces may suffer, and so will our friends in Ukraine. If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its democracy. And that must never waver, even through a change of government here at home. What is crystal clear to me tonight is that it's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it. On door after door, voters have been dismayed by our inability to iron out our differences in private and do that and then be united in public. Instead, we've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched. Today, voters have simply said, if you can't agree with each other, then we can't agree to vote for you. We forgot a fundamental rule of politics, that people do not vote for divided parties. Now, for the sake of the United Kingdom, I very much wish this new government well. But for the sake of a strong democracy, the Conservative Party needs to play its part too, by recognising what has gone wrong and using its time in opposition to refresh and rebuild. The Conservative Party should have a natural advantage, that of being at our best a party that mirrors the aspirations and hopes of the hard-working British people. But there's a danger that we now go off on some tangent, condemning ourselves and the public to years of lacklustre opposition that fails to hold the government to account effectively. We must not let this happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public, and then we must ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer. And finally, I just want to say that politics is not a solo affair. So I want to thank all of the staff and advisors who've worked for me over the years in my constituency, in Parliament, and in my many different ministerial offices. To my agent, Nat Chapman, and all of those who've filled his role before him, to the thousands of voluntary party workers who've helped me over the years, and of course to my family, my wife, Belinda.
A visibly shaken Grant Shapps there, sometimes seen as one of the very reliable, strong communicators in the Conservative Party, looking really quite shaken by what has happened to him tonight. He's lost his seat of Welland Hatfield, one of those kinds of seats that was Conservative for a long time under him and has now been captured by the Labour Party. They'll be delighted with that scalp there, but a strong message from him, the first losing cabinet minister to publicly say, we have lost it. There will be a new government in the morning. Grant Shapps, of course, not helped by Nigel Farage. You can see waiting for his result in Clacton there, but also pointing the finger at colleagues who failed to agree in public, whose indulgent, to use his words, squabbling, put people off. Now, while we wait for Nigel Farage's declaration, let's take a look with Jeremy at where those Conservative losses are stacking up. In what corners of the country? Jeremy.
Well, Laura, we've actually put all these Conservative seats as they went into the election into a kind of wedge shape. So smallest majorities at this end near the door of Downing Street, and come on down with me and you'll see the wedge get bigger as the seats get safer. So down the far end, some of the safer Conservative seats, the high hexagon means there's a big majority. OK, so what we shall do now is combine a bit of exit poll and all these real results that are coming in, and let us now have a look at what this wedge of seats has become. So, if you start at this end, you've got the smaller Conservative majorities, very vulnerable seats here, like Lee and Atherton there, just at the end, old majority 293, that went Labour, pushover for Labour in these circumstances. Stroud just here, old majority 2,400, now a Labour majority of more than 11,000. We head on down here, we've got Vale of Glamorgan just here, and Bridgend, which have gone to Labour. So those were relatively vulnerable. As we head down, let's just have a look. Right at the end here, where you had safe seats, Cannock Chase, you can see here, old majority, 19,800, now a Labour majority of 3,500, a 25% swing. So right down the bottom here, where the seats were safest, they still aren't completely safe. And you're seeing here the damage to the Conservatives going all the way down this wedge of seats from the top to the bottom, and it hasn't stopped yet.
For that. We're going to get a sense of what's going on, I think, in Basildon, where the Conservative Party chairman is in the race of his life. There's a recount there. He doesn't look as if he's sure what's going on. We're not sure what's going on. But that would be another big scalp if he loses there in Basildon. They've been on a recount for the last, 45 minutes? At least that there. And so, yeah, very, very unsure of the situation there. This is the count in Clacton, where, of course, Nigel Farage is looking to try on his 8th attempt to become an MP. And we were expecting the declaration there from our correspondent Alex Forsyth probably about 15, 20 minutes ago, so one wonders what's going on there as well. But a little bit of a pause in the flow of results that we've been getting, although I can tell you that Labour have held Cambridge, they've held Liverpool Riverside, this is Bath, so this is North Somerset, this is Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat, the suggestion that he was in a tight race there as well. So lots of people standing around at counts at the moment.
That's what happens at counts. They stand around and they're frantically busy. The people who are doing the counting do all the work. The politicians and their staff stand around looking nervous.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it all happens. Let's show you what's going on in Glasgow. You can see there Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, who was being praised to the heavens by Neil Kinnock not so long ago. Straightening his tie, ready for an important night where probably there will be lots of pictures taken of him, but he has been, with the help of Keir Starmer, trying to turn around the fortunes of Scottish Labour after a terrible time where not so long ago they were smashed to bits by the dominant SNP. Our exit poll suggests tonight, as he walks into the counting centre in Glasgow, that that could be reversed. However, we've only had one result from Scotland so far, which was a stunning result for the Labour Party. They took Kilmarnock and Loudoun, which was not on their target list. However, we just don't know at this stage whether that pattern will be replicated. And remember, on the exit poll, which put the SNP down at 10, it's trickier to do that in Scotland because they've got fewer data points, I think Sir John would call them.
He would call them data points. Liberal Democrats, they've taken Newton Abbott from the Conservatives. Martin Wrigley has been elected there. And we're going to Islington North for their
held on Thursday, the 4th of July 2024. To hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000. That's 24,120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 32. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. That's 2660. Praful Nagan, Labour Party, 16,873. That's 16873. Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. So that's 17110. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark.
So Jeremy
0.
Corbyn hanging on to that seat there, but not as a Labour MP. He's been the MP there for over 40 years for Labour, but now he's standing as an independent. The Labour candidate coming in second, Peter Mandelson.
I would have much preferred to see Praful Nagan, the Labour candidate, be elected because he would have been an excellent MP for Islington North. Like many other people, I canvassed for him, I worked for him, and he really is first rate. My only consolation in this result is that Jeremy Corbyn is not a Labour MP and never will be.
What went wrong here for Labour, though?
What went wrong was very clear to anyone who knocked on any door. You kept on knocking on the door saying to people, can I ask you how you're going to vote? And they said, yes, we're going to be voting Labour. We've always been Labour, we're backing Labour. Therefore, and we're going to be voting for Jeremy Corbyn.
We've now got a declaration, indeed, at Clacton.
Okay. I am now going to declare the result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament. I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for a Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency on Thursday, the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected was 111.
Well, in a matter of moments, two big headlines there for you tonight. Nigel Farage, at the 8th time of asking, becomes an MP representing Clacton in Essex as the leader of the Reform UK party, just moments after Jeremy Corbyn beat Keir Starmer's Labour in Islington. But Nigel Farage, whose party, Reform UK, of course, following in the footsteps of UKIP, then the Brexit Party, now Reform, and now in Parliament.
And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election. I've fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
the first steps of something that's going to stun all of you. Nigel Farage with a thumping win there in Clacton. He's been trying for a long time to become an MP. He's finally done it. He plans to build a mass national movement. He's been saying that for a while, but he's made it clear that he's targeting Labour. He's coming after Labour. And it is an achievement for him. But at the same time, the story of the night is Labour and the suggestion that they will have a 170-seat majority. But Nigel Farage making it clear that he's got Labour in his sights.
And just on your screen there, you can see bottom right-hand corner, there is Kemi Badenoch, who's been the business secretary in Saffron Walden. It looks like she is accepting her result there. And at the top is Hazelmere. That's the back of Jeremy Hunt's head. He's battling to hang on. But Kemi Badenoch, who we understand has aspirations to lead the Conservative Party after this election, is accepting her victory in her speech there. But Nigel Farage jubilant. Jeremy Corbyn also jubilant. Interesting, two of these well-known politicians, both household names who've been around for decades, both will be in the House of Commons. One of them a thorn in the side of Keir Starmer, one of them a thorn in the side, most definitely, of the Conservative opposition. Yeah. Chris, just a brief thought from you on these two big headlines.
It might be the middle of the night, but in this sort of night of 1,000 stories, we've just had two really big ones, haven't we, in the context of the last couple of minutes. Two huge characters, as you were saying, in Nigel Farage. After all of those attempts to get to Westminster that ended in failure, he'll now be there. And however many other Reform MPs there are, my goodness, we'll hear plenty from him. I suspect the kind of pulpit of the House of Commons will be one that will work well for him in terms of
never knowingly walks past the microphone even outside the House of
Commons.
Commons.
Indeed. So having that stage, if you like, of the House of Commons, I think will be very significant. And then, yes, Jeremy Corbyn, the man who led Labour into the last general election, managing to defeat them and defeat them comfortably.
Chris, we're just going to cut in there because we've got Jeremy Corbyn's speech. Him, of course, an independent and Victor in North London.
Was a positive one. Our campaign did not get into the gutter of politics, as is too often happening in this country. Ours is a positive campaign trying to bring hope to people who are in housing stress, who are homeless, who are going through mental health difficulties, who are worried about their future. And the political system has to produce answers to those concerns and those worries. Demonising refugees, demonising people from other countries won't solve those problems. The only way we solve the problems of our community is by uniting our communities. And our campaign was utterly determined to bring that degree of unity to it. And so this result is, to me, a resounding message from the people of Islington North that they want something different, they want something better, and in the new government that's coming in, they're looking for an end to things like the two-child benefit policy cap. They're looking for regulation of the private rented sector. And if I may say so, they're also looking for a government that on the world stage will search for peace, not war, and not allow the terrible conditions to go on that are happening in Gaza at the present time. So this was a grassroots campaign that isn't going to disappear, isn't going to go away. It's brought together people from all walks of life, from all ethnic communities, from all languages and all ages, in a determination to get something better in our society. My job in Parliament will be, as it's always been, to deal with the individual problems that many of our people face, but to speak up where necessary in criticism in order to bring about the social changes that this country needs and my constituency needs. And I'm humbled and proud and very grateful to the people of Islington North, who I've represented for so long and have taught me so much. I owe my life and my learning and my abilities entirely to the people of Islington North. This victory is a dedication to them, and steadfastness in the face of opposition, steadfastness in the face of abuse. We have shown what kinder gentler, more sensible, more inclusive politics can bring about. I couldn't be more proud of my constituency than I am tonight, and proud of our team that brought this result. Thank you very much, Islington North, for the result that we've achieved tonight. Thank you.
Jeremy Corbyn, his voice cracking there towards the end, seen by many as a very good local constituency MP, and that probably helped carry the day against the official Labour candidate there, and Jeremy Corbyn winning that seat with a thumping majority.
Well, who'd have thought in 2019, as he crashed to defeat, that in actual fact he would have fought his seat as an independent and would have managed to take it off the Labour Party. But look, it is about 3:30 in the morning now. We're getting to the point of the night. We are really being able to update our initial numbers. Let's go to Jeremy, the other Jeremy Vine, not Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy, we are making some new calculations. Can you take us through them, please?
Yeah, so we had our exit poll. We now have some real results. We put the two together. These aren't quite the numbers we started with, but they're close. Let's just see, first of all, of course, Labour moving to the government benches from the opposition benches. We're forecasting now 405 Labour MPs, so they will have gone up from the last election when Mr Corbyn was their leader by 204 seats. So 405. They'll be a bit squeezed in there on those benches, those MPs. It's quite close to Tony Blair's total in 1997 as well. Let's have a look at the Conservatives now on the opposition benches with room to spread out. 154. Again, they got 165 in 97. So we're looking at something like this the Blair landslide all those years ago. 154 Conservative, a crushing defeat for them. Other parties now. Liberal Democrats, we're forecasting 56. Then we have SNP, actually 6 MPs, so that's a terrible night if that's the case. This is our forecast, remember. Plaid Cymru, a very good night, gaining 2 seats if you take boundary changes into account. So they started with 2 and they gained 2, go to 4 in Wales. Reform Party we have now on 4. Then we give Greens 2 seats under our forecast. And then finally we have others, and one of those would be the independent Jeremy Corbyn and the Northern Ireland parties as well. So because we don't have the forecasting in detail from Northern Ireland, we put them in with others. Over time, we'll see all the parties there take shape. But that's it. There we go. Labour 405. And I'll show you the majority here is a majority for Keir Starmer's party of 160.
Thank you, Jeremy. So an important update to our forecast there. It's still showing an extremely healthy, big majority from Labour of 160, but it has been revised down slightly. And Jeremy's just taken us through some of the numbers there. Just in all of the hubbub of the last 10 minutes or so, another big story. Labour's Jonathan Ashworth, who was a very prominent member of Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet team, has lost his seat to an independent in Leicester South. He's lost that with a majority only of 979 to the independent candidate, but we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. As we will touch on Ian Duncan-Smith holding on because a Labour independent who was shoved out as a candidate managed to split the vote between them and the official Labour candidate, and Ian Duncan-Smith is a senior Conservative who's bucked the trend and held on tonight. But shall we get John to take us through the numbers?
Yeah, John Curtis, we're updating the figures now as we get more real results in. What is it you can tell us now?
Well, basically, most of what we told you at the beginning of the night at 10 o'clock has indeed proven to be the case. So we are finding not only that the Conservative vote is going down so heavily across the country as a whole, but where's it going down most? In seats that they are trying to defend. We've seen some pretty spectacular swings in some of those seats. Where are Labour advancing most? Yep, it's where they started second to the Conservatives. Where are the Democrats advancing most? Yes, it's where they were starting second to the Conservatives. Now, the truth is, our forecast for the Conservatives is not quite so bad as it was at the beginning of the night. Then we were saying 131, now it's 154. Well, that's essentially because we're saying that the Democrats might not take quite so many seats off them. And you will have noticed that our number for Reform has now come down quite markedly. And that was one of the things that we said at the beginning of the night we were very uncertain about. That said, north of the border, where we were also nervous about suggesting the SNP might only win 8, well, actually, we've now dropped it down yet further, with more results to come. But so far, if anything, the swing from the SNP to Labour in Scotland has been rather greater than even we expected in the exit polls. So broadly speaking, the story we told you at 10 o'clock looks as though, unless the later results are spectacularly different, to be roughly where we're going to end up at the end of the night. Though, of course, the numbers won't be exactly there.
So you're saying, John, that at the moment, a Labour majority is about 160?
Correct. But just bear in mind, as we've been saying throughout the night, the party that's advancing in terms of votes, the party that's going up most in Conservative-held seats and thereby ensuring that the Conservative vote falls most heavily in the seats they're trying to defend, are Reform and not Labour. Labour's advance in this election is relatively modest. I think we have to say that on the evidence of these results so far, this is an election that the Conservatives lost much more than Labour won.
Interesting. OK, we'll see what happens throughout the night. Thank you, John.
Well, it was interesting. We were already hearing that narrative from Grant Shapps saying this is something the Conservatives lost rather than Labour winning, which is what John Curtis says the numbers do suggest. However, I think Labour will probably try to robustly try to reject that if they're saying they've got a majority of 160, which
absolutely
is a majority that any party trying to run the country...
Especially coming from where they were at the start of the night.
Absolutely. But there have been, however, some disappointments along the way for Labour. As we told you just before we started speaking to John, quite a surprise result. Jonathan Ashworth, Shadow Paymaster General, I think was his official title, but he used to say, well, you can call me either attack dog or pussycat, he once said in this studio, but I think he's somebody who's very much...
Because he was often put out there, wasn't he, as a spokesman?
Very much at the forefront of this campaign, somebody who's been heavily involved in the back room of the campaign and also involved very much in preparing for government. But Rita now is not going to be part of that because he's lost his seat in Leicester tonight. Just talk us through what happened.
It's a surprise, isn't it? It's a big surprise. He's just been pipped to the post by this independent, Shaukat Adam, by 979 votes. And this is what has happened to the vote share. I mean, it's just, you know, a straight swap, isn't it? Independent up 35%, Labour down 35%. I mean, you wonder what is going on in Leicester South. It has a population that is a third Muslim. Is this evidence of the party's stance on Gaza acting against them, an enormous swing from Labour to an independent? So that is Leicester South. Jonathan Ashworth now out of Parliament, out of the Commons. I want to bring you also Leicester East. Now, this is not something we're seeing very often tonight, is it? In fact, as far as I know, I think this is the Conservatives' only gain of the night, their gain from Labour in Leicester East. Now, this is a seat that has been Labour since 1983, so for over 40 years. Shivani Raja for the Conservatives is the new Leicester East MP. Again, another very interesting seat. It's 2/3 Asian, about 1/3 are Hindu. Has that meant that has beefed up the Conservative vote here? Perhaps. There's also a sizable Muslim population. Has that depressed the Labour vote? Possibly. And there are a couple of names here. Might as well just show you under Leicester East who will be familiar to you. Keith Vaz, Claudia Webb, both former Labour MPs here, both standing as independents. Anyway, that is a Conservative gain from Labour. I mentioned the Muslim vote, if we can characterise it like that. I just want to show you this, which is a chart showing what is happening to the Labour vote in areas which have a high Muslim population. By high, we mean over 20% Muslim. Overall, in Great Britain, Labour vote up by 1 percentage point, but in significantly Muslim areas, Muslim constituencies, it's down by 19%. So that does make it feel as if the their Gaza stance is having an effect on their vote. Just one other result to bring you, which is Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, another cabinet minister, losing his seat in Cheltenham, this time to the Liberal Democrats. And I'm just actually, while we're focusing on this, Alex Chalk being replaced by Max Wilkinson in the House of Commons. And I'm wondering if I can bring you one more result here on the screen. There we go, Great Yarmouth. This is a Reform gain from the Conservatives. So another Reform candidate now in Parliament, Rupert Lowe, is now the MP for Great Yarmouth with a majority of a little bit under 1,500. And the vote share for the Conservatives, you can see plummeting there, down by 41%. We're seeing these huge swings away from the Conservatives. And one more seat, Lichfield, in the Midlands. This is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. And Michael Fabricant is now no longer a Conservative MP. He has been beaten in Lichfield, just pipped to the post again. Dave Robertson, the new MP for Lichfield, with a majority of 810 and a big drop in the Conservative share of the vote again. So lots of results for you there, Laura, Clive.
All right, thanks, Rita. 10 ministerial losses so far. Rita just mentioned Alex Chalk, 2 of them in the Cabinet. This is proving to be a bloody night for the Conservatives.
The Chief Whip, Simon Hart, in fact, has just lost his seat to Plaid Cymru in Wales, Caerphilly. He was trying to hang on there. There was a boundary change, but Simon Hart becomes the latest member of the Cabinet to lose his seat tonight. But just as we were talking to Rita in that short couple of minutes, she was going through her graphics. Labour has taken another 6 seats just in that short window. They've taken Clwyd North, Bassett Law, Lichfield, as Rita mentioned, Burnley, Thanet East, Milton Keynes. And so far tonight, they've taken another 10 seats in Scotland, which they will be delighted about. One of those victors is Douglas Alexander, who's heading back to Westminster. And he's heading to our screens right now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And congratulations on your victory as we commiserate people who are losing tonight. Do you think the suggestions that the SNP might get to 10 seats or below in Westminster could pan out?
I genuinely don't know. Naturally, my focus has been here in Lothian East, but it's undoubtedly a rejection, not just of 14 years of Conservative government, but also 17 years of failing SNP government here. The SNP have been in power longer than the iPhone's been invented, and on doorstep after doorstep, I was meeting voters who were as determined to reject the SNP as they were to reject the Conservatives.
And we'll be talking to the former Conservative leader Ian Duncan-Smith in a second, who's managed to hang on. But in terms of your own campaign, what was being raised to you? Because were people really talking about the SNP and their arguments about the Constitution? Or were they more saying this is time for the pendulum to swing across the UK?
No, truthfully, there wasn't much focus on independence in this campaign. People were tired of that constitutional obsession. I was hearing a lot more about the fact that 1 in 6 of us in Scotland are on NHS waiting lists. And finally, the SNP's failure in policy was actually catching up with them. My sense is here in Scotland, just like right across the rest of the country, people were actually keen not just for change, but for the kind of programme that Keir Starmer and the team were setting out.
But yet, for you as a former Cabinet Minister, also a former Department First Secretary... Oh, we're going to stop there, Douglas. We're going to listen to Suella Braverman, who is victorious in her seat in Hampshire, but she's now going to be speaking at the podium there. She's somebody who has aspirations to lead the Conservative Party, who's been a very strong critic of Rishi Sunak. Let's listen.
Thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us. But you've all enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives. Agent Tom Davis, Councillor Tina Ellis, Donna Jones, Tom Fife, Will, Freya, Neil, Gwen, Patricia. There are too many to name right now this evening. But I am profoundly blessed to be part of your team. You have thrown everything at this campaign. in rain, in sun, in wind. We didn't get any snow, but there was a variable British climate that we had to deal with. The leaflets, the canvassing, the support. You even got me to join TikTok, which was quite an achievement. So thank you for going the extra mile and for always remaining cheerful and professional. I hope you enjoyed the campaign. Thirdly, I must thank my family, my husband, my children, for your steadfast love, support and friendship. My mum, my dad, my wider family, for your constant advice and encouragement. I couldn't do this job without you all. And next, thank you to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville. You've placed your trust in me as your voice in Parliament for the 4th time now. The people of Fareham and Waterlooville are the best of Britain, patriotic, common sense, kindly, dedicated, enterprising. And I'm humbled to continue as your servant in Parliament. I will endeavour to work for you, to speak for you, and to deliver for you, time and time again. Now, finally, I want to briefly address the result in the rest of the country. And there is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises. We've acted as if we're entitled to your vote, regardless of what we did, regardless of what we didn't do, despite promising time after time that we would do those things. And we need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party, we'll have many worse nights to come. The country deserves better, and we've got to do better. And I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you. You have spoken to us very clearly. Thank you.
So, Suella Braverman, former Home Secretary there, making it clear that she believes the Conservatives have let people down. Let's hear the Basildon result.
Stewart, the Green Party, 3,133.
OK, dreadful sound there, Basildon. It's only up the road. I should just say that the Green Party have taken Bristol Central. They took the council in the local elections. They've taken Bristol Central, and we're now going to go to Ian Duncan-Smith. I think we're just lining him up. But while he's being lined up, Thangam Debonair, the Shadow Culture Secretary for Labour, loses her seat there. So let's now go to Ian Duncan-Smith. Chingford, hello to you. Thanks for being with us, and sorry to keep you waiting. You were successful, no question about that, but you needed the help of an independent candidate splitting the vote in order to get through.
No, I don't think I needed anybody. As far as I was concerned, I fought a very good campaign, and we did enough to win. Had we been fighting one single Labour candidate, as I have done 3 times on the trot now in a marginal seat, which everybody said I would not hold. And by the way, your own exit poll said they had 99% likelihood of victory. Well, they didn't win. So all I would say to you is the election is the one in front of you. I fight that, and I make a habit of winning them.
OK. what about the overall performance of the Conservative Party tonight? How do you address that?
Well, it's dreadful. There's no way of dressing that up at all. At 25%, I got 40% of the electorate, which is both more than Labour getting, and the Tories are at 25%, which is terrible. The fact that we are taking a battering, we're going to have to get together again and figure out what it is that we've done wrong. And we're going to have to earn the right to actually comment on what the Labour government will do. And I'm sure a Labour government with this large majority will very quickly start to begin to show elements of arrogance and of determination to have their way. And these are moments when you need opposition to be able to point that out and to be on the side of the public and those who they damage. So at the moment, it's all about the Labour Party. But there will be a moment, there will be a time when people will want to know what the critique of that government is and who's going to stand up to it, rather than it becoming a kind of a very powerful unit that just doesn't have any criticism.
We just heard Suella Braverman's critique of what went wrong. She apologised, she said sorry, our party didn't listen to voters, made promises that they didn't keep. Where do you think it went wrong for the Conservatives?
Well, I think one of the major things that we got wrong is we took constituents for granted. I've done nothing but relentlessly campaign and act on behalf of people in my constituency, and I think that's what got them out, because at the end of the day, they want to know that they can trust their MP. And I think the problem when you get too bogged down over a long period of time in government in Westminster is, if you're not careful, government becomes the sole purpose of your life, and it shouldn't be. At the end of the day, the constituency is a vital issue, and you need to learn from that exactly what the problems are. And from there, you take those up to central government, not the other way round. And my worry is, in too many seats that we have been defending, we have rather lost touch with the public that we are meant to be defending on everyday issues. And here we have real issues, because I've got a Labour council, I've got a Labour mayor, and now looks like a Labour government. So they need somebody to fight for them, and that's the point. First of all, be a good constituency MP. Second, be a good Westminster MP, not the other way round.
OK. Ian Duncan-Smith, thank you.
Ian Duncan-Smith, the man who knows a few things about being the leader of the opposition. We can see pictures of Sunak arriving at his count. There he is, the Prime Minister, just about to go through a door. That's the first glimpse, though, we've had of Rishi Sunak, who, as things stand, is leading his party to a historic defeat, having, in 2019, won a very, very healthy majority indeed of 80 under Rishi Sunak's leadership. In the last 20 months that he's been in office, he has completely found it impossible to turn things round after the significant drops under Liz Truss and drops under Boris Johnson's leadership. Rishi Sunak has not been able to turn that round, and after nearly 2 years in office and his decision to call an election this summer rather than wait for the autumn, he has found that it may turn out to be one of the worst political mistakes of all time. We're just staying on those pictures because that is Rishi Sunak's count. We may well see a glimpse of him coming into the hall for the count any moment now. Just as we stay on those pictures, because we don't want to cut away. Chris, for Rishi Sunak's team, do you think the assumption, acceptance, decision perhaps already is that he'll have no choice but to resign?
There's been a live conversation going on, not just about that particular question, but then the time frame that is attached to it. So, does he announce his resignation and sort of disappear rather rapidly, which on a human level might be tempting after a big defeat, or does he say that he will, but then set a time frame on it some distance down the track, maybe a couple of months, to give the party a chance to reflect prior to a leadership race? That was the model adopted by Michael Howard after 2005, which led to the election of David Cameron as Conservative leader. Is he tempted by that same approach? I asked him this very question just the other day, and there was just the mildest hint in his answer that that might be the case, but we shall see. OK, well, if we have a glimpse of him, we'll get you those pictures as soon as possible. But while we wait, one of the problems that he's been up against is the appeal to many people of the Reform Party. Nigel Farage is on his way to Westminster. Let's see what's happened in Boston and Sayers Skegness on the East Coast, where his colleague Richard Tice was standing.
For the Boston and Skegness parliamentary constituency, do hereby declare that the votes recorded for each candidate as follows. Dickerson David, English Democrats, deport all illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People, Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506. Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520. Warman Matthew Robert, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,510. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Unmarked or void for uncertainty,
OK, so Richard Tice,
121.
Chairman of Reform UK, takes that seat. Boston in Lincolnshire, heavy Leave voting area, in fact, the most Leave voting area in terms of votes during the referendum. A thumping majority there, 15,520, the fourth Reform MP returned this evening. And we're going to hear...
Thank you very much. This is without question the proudest day of my life. And I want to pay tribute to all of these constituents of Boston and Skegness that I'm now delighted to serve and represent. And I will do this to the very best of my ability. I want to thank the returning officer, all his brilliant staff, everybody for ensuring this democratic process happened successfully, safely, and also to thank the police. This really is quite extraordinary. What we've achieved from just 3 years ago as Reform UK. No one had heard of us. We were 0% in the polls. We had no money in the bank account. And I was sneered at and mocked by so many. Just 3 years later, across the whole of England, Scotland and Wales, millions and millions and millions of people have today voted for Reform UK. We're winning seats, we're coming second all over the country. It is truly remarkable. And I want to pay tribute to the brilliant team at Reform UK nationally who stuck with me through all that hard work and those challenges. But also here on this campaign, I want to pay a massive, massive tribute to my team, led by the brilliant Ryan, Natalie, and so many others. They know who they are. A massive thanks to all of them. I must also, of course, thank my wonderful partner, Isabel, for her support, encouragement.
OK, we're going to pull away from Richard Tice in Boston. We're going to go to Portsmouth, Penny Mordaunt's seat there. Portsmouth North. She's smiling. What does that suggest? A tight seat there. And the Leader of the Commons hoping to hang on to her seat. We should be getting the results any second now. All the candidates are on the stage there. We're waiting for the returning officer to decide. I mean, we've had so many ministers, 10 so far.
It's gone up to 15.
Go. It's 15.
15 ministers.
It's now 15. So a real bloodbath for the Conservatives tonight. The BBC forecast officially is that we're on course for a Labour landslide with a majority of something like 160 seats as we wait for Penny Mordaunt's count there to be declared.
Just seeing a Liberal Democrat and Conservative candidate in conversation, I'm hearing from the Liberal Democrats that the situation in Jeremy Hunt's seat in Surrey is too close to call. That is a fine battle between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, a suggestion there might just be 100 votes in it.
One of the things that emerging from the night so far is that this is not just about the Conservatives taking a hammering, but it points also to a real changing of the guard. So faces that have been familiar to our viewers over the years, whether it's Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, people who've been around, who've been in prominent jobs, are on their way out. Will Penny Mordaunt become the latest of them? Suggestions from Labour about half an hour or so was that it was very, very tight and they were feeling pretty hopeful. So is that a brave face or a guarded smile? We should know just in the next couple of minutes as we wait for the declaration there at Portsmouth North. And Portsmouth North is the type of seat that goes with the winning party. Known as a bellwether, follows the straws in the wind, and hopefully the declaring officer, resplendent in that, I was going to say fancy dress, but that would be terribly rude. Official dress, will be giving us the declaration anytime soon. But it looks like they're still waiting for one of the candidates to turn up on the stage. Just as we wait, we can tell you...
There's a Labour candidate we're waiting for, apparently.
Oh, lip reading. Excellent. It's a handy skill on an A-lay, this. Clive, it comes in very, very useful.
Well, there we go. So we might get the result any second now that everyone is now on the stage.
Of results for Portsmouth North constituency, and I would like to invite the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth to declare the results.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I, Councillor Jason Fazakerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715. Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851. Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501. I therefore give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Portsmouth
Leader of the
North
House,
constituency.
wannabe Prime Minister who ran to be the Conservative leader the last time round and still had aspirations of doing it, becomes the 16th Minister to lose her seat at 8 minutes past 4 on the morning of July the 5th, with a majority to the Labour candidate of only 780 votes. So a tough and tight fight, but Penny Mordaunt is out.
Yep, Labour did it on a turnout of 59%. Again, a little bit low. Look at the share. Labour, 35%. The Conservatives, way down. Minus 28. And look at Reform, up 20. And the swing from the Conservatives to Labour, a whopping 18%. Peter Mandelson, Penny Mordaunt losing her seat there. That is indicative of what we've been seeing throughout the evening so far, reflected in the exit poll, and now coming to pass.
Well, it is a bloodbath, and it's a bloodbath brought about by the failure of the Conservative government in so many policy areas, and the anger felt by the electors, voters about that, but also as a result of the intervention of Reform UK. So there has been a sort of pincer action, policy failure, intervention by Reform, and a very, very strong Labour Party, transformed, changed by Keir Starmer, who have come through. I just say this about Penny Mordaunt. I feel that she's the sort of Conservative who would want to fight Reform, and I'm sorry that in that sense she's gone, whereas there are many other Conservatives like Suella Braverman who want to become Reform UK, and that is the fault line now which is emerging in the Conservative Party as a result of what's happening tonight.
Hannah Davidson, when the result came in, you looked absolutely gutted.
Yeah, it's safe to say that was not a weak response from me at hearing that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat. I mean, I think she really does exemplify the best of the Conservative Party. And I'm devastated. I'm devastated for her, but devastated more so that a lot of Reform voters say that they're incredibly patriotic. They want someone who is a Brexiteer. Penny Mordaunt exemplified that. She exemplified the kind of leadership that I think the constituency needs. And it's such a shame that it was such a narrow margin. But incredibly brave of her to put on such a brave face on stage.
And we'll listen to her in a few minutes when she gives her speech after the winning candidate from the Labour Party. But I wonder there, I mean, Peter Mandelson was sketching out what he was claiming is already a dividing line. We can see, we heard it from Robert Buckland on stage, urging his party not to go in one direction. We heard then Suella Braverman, and we know that she comes from the right-wing tradition of the Conservative Party. She said that Nigel Farage should be part of the Conservative Party. I mean, where do you want to see your party go next?
Well, there's a reason that I tweeted out that I fundamentally agreed with what Robert Buckland said earlier on this evening. I never thought that I'd be sitting on a panel on election night saying I agree with Peter Mandelson, but he said earlier that absolutely that the Conservative Party will only win from the centre ground.
I'm going to stop you there because we're going to listen to Penny Mordaunt. We'll come back to you in a second.
Let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them, and I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place, and in all things I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making, fought like hell for what they believed in and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all. And now each of us has even more reason to fight on, so we must. Good luck to all of you, in particular Amanda, and thank you, Portsmouth.
Penny Mordaunt there, seemingly, unsurprisingly perhaps, looking very upset, having fought very hard to keep her seat, but with a warning to her party very clearly. We must not, she said, talk to an ever smaller circle of ourselves. We must have the British people in mind. So clear frustration, one of the many Conservatives to have lost out and lost out big. One of those big names, Therese Coffey, Simon Clarke, Johnny Mercer, other former ministers who have gone in the last few minutes. All three of them important results in their own. But Richard Holden, the party chair, and this may seem ironic to some Conservatives watching tonight, has managed to hold on in Essex, in Basildon and Billericay by 20 votes.
Incredible. Some of the faces on the opposition benches, when Parliament resumes in a couple of weeks after the King's speech, they're going to be unrecognisable. And some of the most familiar faces that we've been seeing, certainly over the last Parliament, are gone. What a, as Peter Mandelson was suggesting a little bit earlier, what a bloodbath it's been for the Conservatives tonight, and what a success it has been, it seems, for Labour. Thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Can I just say before I go, I'm very, very sorry that Jonathan Ashworth has lost in Leicester and that Thangam Debonair has lost in Bristol. They are two outstanding members of the Shadow Cabinet. They're not going to be lost to British politics.
OK, well, Peter, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Let's refresh you on where the numbers have got to, because at this time of the night, things do come through very quickly. So on our Tower tally, the numbers have gone up quite significantly since we showed you last. Labour has gained an extra 108 seats. They've hit 234. The Tories are still under 50 seats. They've lost 119, but they are on 42. Very interesting, though, to look at the smaller parties. Reform there in the turquoise with 4 seats. The SNP also only on 4, having lost 20, although it's early in the night for the counts in Scotland. We should remember that. The Lib Dems have gained 22 seats so far. They're on 26. Plaid Cymru have gained 2. Oh, and look, see, it happens in real time. Labour gaining 2 seats right in front of your eyes.
Your very eyes.
The Tories getting another one and another one. Well, we could just stay on that, but we've got plenty to do and to go around the country and hear from people on the ground.
We do, and we didn't actually see on that rather moving graphic the Green tally, and they were successful. As Peter was talking about a little bit earlier, actually, Thangam Debonair, the Shadow Culture Minister, no longer the MP, Bristol Central, and the Greens, Carla Denyer. Rita has more details.
That's it, yes, absolutely. I've got this up here for you, Clive. This is how Carla Denyer did it. She overturned a 16,000 Labour majority, and it means that Thangam Debonair, to Peter Mandelson's sorrow, is no longer in Parliament, and Bristol Central is a gain from Labour. This was their top target, and they've done it on a swing from Labour to Green of 28%. I'm going to whip through a few other results for you because they're coming thick and fast, as Clive and Laura have been saying. Suffolk Coastal, this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives, and the Conservative MP was Therese Coffey, who you'll remember was briefly Deputy Prime Minister in the days of Liz Truss. So Therese Coffey is out, and there is a new Labour MP now for Suffolk Coastal. I want to bring you another result. Plymouth Moorview, this is a Labour gain from Conservative, and Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, I think Laura mentioned that he was out, another of the many names, the many senior Conservative names who are now out of Parliament, replaced by Fred Thomas as Labour MP for Plymouth Moorview. I want to show you some of the people, the big names who have lost their seats that we've brought you through during the course of the evening. Grant Shapps in Welwyn Hatfield has lost his seat, Defence Minister, of course. Alex Chalk, Justice Secretary, has lost his seat to the Lib Dems in Cheltenham. And Gillian Keegan, this came through just a short while ago, has lost her seat in Chichester. Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, and this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. So how the political map is being redrawn tonight. And I just want to show you one more thing, which is what we're calling our horse race to number 10. And the closer that each of these gentlemen get to the door, show you how likely they are to be walking through. And you can see that Sir Keir Starmer is considerably closer than Rishi Sunak. We'll keep updating that for you. Laura, live.
Rita, thank you. The winning post, 326 seats, of course. Labour are heading there pretty quickly. And we've got, what, more than half of the seats declared so far. So there's still quite a way to go.
Yeah, 328 gone, 304 to go. So we're more than 50% there. And at this point of the night, things happen quite fast. Let's check in on one part of the country where there's been very important things happening. We've talked about Scotland. Let's look at the state of the parties there now. Labour is well on their way. They've gained 20 seats in Scotland so far. They'll be delighted at that. The SNP has lost 21 seats. They're down on 4. So at the beginning of the night, the exit poll that put the SNP way, way down seemed like it might be well out of line with reality. However, as the results come in, looks like that might be where they end up. So let's talk about that with Alex Salmond, of course, former SNP leader, former First Minister, now leader of the Alba Party, an alternative independence group. Welcome to you. What's gone wrong?
With the SNP, well, it's agonising because it took myself and others like Jim Sowers and Alec Neil and Margaret MacDonald, 25 years to dislodge the Labour Party from its position of preeminence in Scottish politics. Now it's been handed back to them with virtually no effort whatsoever. So I find that both agonising, deeply frustrating and incredibly disappointing.
I'm just going to stop you there. We've got Jacob Rees-Mogg declaration coming soon, another prominent Conservative who's been at risk. Let's listen in to what's happening in Bath.
The Member of Parliament for the Bath constituency do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. A-N-O-N.
Forgive us, it's not Jacob Rees-Mogg's declaration. These things happen on election night.
That
It's
is
another
actually the Bath
declaration
declaration, yes.
We'll get back to it when we see Jacob Rees-Mogg on stage there. So, Alex
I want to
Salmond.
see Rees-Mogg's.
Well, you will.
You will.
Don't worry.
You stay
Have
there, my man.
patience.
You stay there.
Have
He'll
patience. We will. We'll bring it to you live when we can, but that wasn't his turn. I think he might have been, I thought he was maybe hiding behind a giant teddy bear or whatever that person was dressed up on the stage. However, you said it's agonising to see what's happened with the SNP falling back. Haven't you actually been part of the problem? Because since you were out of the fold, you've been making as much trouble for them as you possibly can.
No, we're trying to present an alternative strategy. To win elections, the SNP has to do two things. One, it has to demonstrate competence in government, which we did for a long time. And secondly, it has to have a strategy for getting to independence. Now, the problem with the current SNP, it has neither. And if it has neither, then you get absolutely gubbed, would be the colloquial expression in Scotland, as they have been tonight with the Labour Party. And those of us in Alba have been trying to say, look, refine the way forward to independence. And that, of course, is now going to be the debate. Because Alba's election was never tonight. Alba's election is going to be 2 years' time in a proportional system. But that argument about using elections as the mandate for independence is going to be a very convincing one for many people who believe in independence. Remember, independence support's not the problem. It's at 50%. The SNP's the problem. It's at 30%.
Well, as you suggest, independence support has, it stayed basically two big blocks between unionist opinion and independence opinion in Scotland for a long, long time. However, when it comes to the SNP falling back like this, they went to the electorate and said, if we get a majority of seats in Scotland, sending MPs to Westminster, we believe we'll keep pressing the case for independence and we'll be able to do that. Do you think tonight, if they are, as they appear they're going to be, not the biggest party in Scotland, that has gone? That argument has gone, their mandate will have disappeared?
Well, yes, of course it is, but they didn't fight this election in independence.
Well, it was page one, line one
yes,
of the
I know,
manifesto.
they fought this election on opposing austerity, which of course is a noble aim. But it's not something that people in Scotland thought they could deliver or could do, and therefore they weren't going to vote for it. But why vote to oppose austerity when you can vote Labour to get rid of the Conservatives? It was a daft strategic thing to do. So that mandate's gone. The 2021 mandate's gone. Therefore, you have to seek a new mandate. No point in asking Sir Keir Starmer for a referendum. He's not going to give you it. He wasn't going to give you it even if you'd won all the seats in Scotland. Therefore, you have to use elections as giving a mandate for independence. Luckily, the second vote, the regional vote, in a Scottish election, the proportional vote, is actually the ideal ballot box opportunity to do that.
But you've said then crystal clear, the mandate for the SNP to push for independence has gone based on tonight's results.
No, the mandate to say we should have independence is gone, but you've got an election coming in 2 years. What you have to do in these 2 years is get the strategy right.
But we're talking about tonight. I just want to be clear on this point, because the SNP went into this election saying if we still have a majority of seats at Westminster, the signs tonight are they're really not going to do it. You've said that mandate will have gone.
Because people would laugh at them if they tried to maintain that position. But luckily, there's an election for us in 2 years' time. Now, you have to come to terms with the huge number of frustrated people in the national movement who are so frustrated that in 10 years there's hardly been a move forward towards independence. Again, luckily, that election, a proportional election, gives the opportunity to do it. So instead of fighting each other in the first-past-the-post election, you actually, in a proportional election, have the ability to build a majority between the independence parties.
Except, even in a proportional system, your party tonight is picking up 0.5% share of the vote.
Well, we only contested a third of the seats. I mean, I think we're saving
0.5%.
Well, OK, 2 deposits, I think, ALPA candidates will save tonight. Remember, in the Scottish election, you get seats on 5% of the vote. So don't dismiss the possibility of an ALPA breakthrough in 2 years' time. Otherwise, we might be back here in 2 years' time, and I may have to remind you about it.
Scotland's voice at Westminster is going to be a little bit diminished now, isn't it? If these results pan out.
Well, the easy stuff is gone. I mean, you know, I was at Westminster when the SNP had 6 members of Parliament, and that's likely to be roughly the case again. You don't get, you know, handed 2 Prime Minister's questions every week. Therefore, you have to be inventive. You have to be determined. Right. You have to make the weather, as opposed to sitting back and just accepting your place in the system. Whether the 6 or 7 MPs who will survive have the capacity to do that, we'll see. Incidentally, whether Nigel Farage has the capacity to do that, we'll also see, because he'll be in the same position. The House of Commons is a big place. Small groups can be very lonely in that cavern of the House of Commons.
Who do you blame? So you said the SNP's not made the case for independence, and they've lost out for that, and they've also lost out because they haven't displayed competence. You were very close to Nicola Sturgeon once upon a time. She, of course, went. Then Hamza Yousaf had to go before that too long, the second First Minister in a matter of months. Who do you blame?
Well, I mean, both Hamza and John Swinney have been handed a poisoned legacy, and the real descent into total chaos. Well, chaos and incompetence dates back 3 or 4 years. The obsession with issues which are both divisive and not central to Scottish opinion, like self-identification. I mean, that took 2 years, consuming the Parliament's time, dividing the country. Now, Hamza Yousaf and John Swinney, the difficulty there, excuse me, is that instead of, you know, sweeping the boards, saying let's have a fresh start on the people's priorities, let's reformulate our strategy for independence, they tried a sort of continuity, slightly moving things to one side. And as somebody said in an SNP leadership campaign quite recently, continuity doesn't cut it.
OK, Alex Salmond, leader of the ALBA Party, former First Minister and former leader of the SNP. Thank you very much indeed.
We're going to show you what we think is going to be happening with the BBC forecast, which is a Labour landslide. And that's what we're suggesting. Labour on 410 seats. And Keir Starmer would, of course, be Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak would be, and the Conservatives would be on 144. That's the BBC forecast now. The Liberal Democrats, it would be a good night for them if this is borne out, 58 seats. And the SNP, just talking to Alex Salmond there, 8 seats at the moment. And what time is it? It is just before 4:30 and the sun is beginning to rise. There it is, just beginning to rise on what is going to be a new dawn for British politics and what is very, very likely to be a whopping Labour majority and a new Prime Minister in Sir Keir Starmer. What will this country look like in 2-3 years' time?
I think it's time for swingometer. Jeremy.
When in doubt, have the swingometer.
All right. Well, so here we have the needle down the centre, and we said before if the proportions of the votes stay the same, the percentage swing would be 0 and all the blue seats would stay blue and the red seats would stay red. These were the results last time, 2019. Now, the fascinating thing here is how Labour has built up, what, an extra 200 seats with a swing that's not much more than 10%. Have a look. So if they were to get a 12.7% swing in every single seat, they'd have a majority of 1. Based on the actual results, their swing is 10.5, and that gives them 96 seats, but they've got double that number. How have they done it? That's the question. We're in the beautiful position now where we've had enough results where we can put the exit poll to one side, and I will just populate the swingometer with actual results now. So remember, the needle now showing the actual swing from actual results, 10.5%. But you immediately see what Labour's done. It's reached beyond 10.5%, to 12%, taking Colchester, to 13%, taking Buckingham and Telford, to 14%, taking Thurrock and Bassetlaw. It's got a swing of 15% in Nuneaton, classic bellwether constituency, Folkestone and Hythe. So it's gone beyond its average swing in the places where it needs to, and it doesn't even stop there. Let's roll it round a bit further. Let's have a look here. So 16, 17% gives them Gravesham. Gravesham 199 on Labour's target list. Harlow, South Derbyshire, 18%. Amber Valley on 19%. They even took Redditch and North Warwickshire on a 20% swing. And at this point, the swingometer broke. We didn't think we were going to have to go beyond 20%, but somewhere around the back, we've got Lichfield and Tamworth, and let's think, Cannock Chase. Cannock Chase, somewhere, maybe it's even round the corner here, I don't know, 25% swing in Cannock Chase. So this is what they've done. Let's show you a couple of graphs here, which will make it clear. On this side, these are Labour seats here. So Labour seats where they've held their own seats, look at that. Their performance is actually relatively modest. They're down 6% on last time. Conservatives down, but they didn't have a chance. Have a look now at the seats they're taking, Conservative seats. Look at what's happened to the Conservative vote here. And this is the story here. Down 26% in Conservative-held seats, seats that were held by them going into this election. Labour up 4, Lib Dems up 1 on average, and Reform shooting up 17%. But the Conservatives here getting minced. And that's why you've got this extraordinary situation of a swing for Labour in those seats going 19, 20, 21%. It's extraordinary. But this here, this column is the story. And that's what's happened.
Jeremy, thank you for that. Jeremy Vine there. We are going to go straight to Carla Denyer, co-leader of the Green Party, and Bristol, the seat that you have just taken, Bristol Central.
Yes, that's right. And I am feeling over the moon and so grateful for all of the support we've received from voters in Bristol Central and across the country. There's obviously a lot of results still to come in from elsewhere, but I've just been told that we've already surpassed 1 million votes, and we've got a number of very healthy second place results in some of the constituencies that have already come out too.
Yeah, you've got 1 million votes. You're over 1 million votes, in fact. Your vote share is up 4%. You did take the local council there in Bristol during the local election, so you had a good platform upon which to build to unseat Fancam Debonair.
Yeah, that's right. We actually don't quite have overall control on Bristol City Council, but we are the largest party with 34 out of 70. And in the constituency, my constituency, I guess I can call it now, of Bristol Central, we got all 14 out of the 14 Green councillors elected this May. So it was a clear sign that the voters of Bristol Central wanted to see more Green politicians elected. And although local and general elections are very different, so we didn't necessarily take that for granted, it was a good sign, and that's turned into reality. So hugely, hugely grateful to everyone who's voted for the Greens. And I think it's because, well, to be honest, we know that voters like our policies. There's been some independent polling that has showed large public support for policies like an increased minimum wage, better investment in public services, and even support for increasing taxes if you're doing it in a way that invests in public services in the way that it's so obvious to everyone needs to happen. And so we know that people agree with Green Party policies. For some people, their hesitation was whether the Greens could get in, but we're demonstrating comprehensively over the last 5 local elections and now in the general election that if you want Greens, you can vote Green and you'll get Green MPs.
The problem is, however, for you, that you're only likely to get 2, 3 seats maximum, potentially, and getting your voice out there, being heard in the Commons. We're still waiting for Brighton Pavilion, of course, which is the seat that you've had for quite a long time. It's still going to be tricky, isn't it? Despite your increased vote share.
Yeah, the UK does have a very unfair voting system. The first past the post, the only other European country that uses it for general elections is Belarus, hardly a club that we should want to be part of. However, the Greens have been succeeding even under this unfair voting system in local elections, as I said, increasing our number of councillors nearly fivefold over the last 5 local elections. And so we went into this election with an ambitious but realistic target to quadruple our number of MPs. Now, we stood parliamentary candidates right across the country, 574 across England and Wales, which is more than the Conservative Party even. But being realistic that we are a small, albeit rapidly growing party, we targeted our campaigning resources in the 4 constituencies where we had a good chance of winning. So I am going to be eagerly watching the results come in from those other targets to see how we do. We have had at least a couple of polls predicting a Green win in each of those, but of course the poll that matters is the one that happened yesterday. The voters have spoken. We now just have to wait a few minutes or hours longer to find out exactly what it was they said. But we've certainly seen a huge upswell of support. We've got record-breaking numbers of candidates, record-breaking vote share, and I think this is a direction of travel for the Greens from now on.
All right, well, we know what the voters said in Bristol Central. Congratulations, Caledenia there.
Let's go straight to a declaration of the Chancellor's seat. Jeremy Hunt, Godalming and Ash. He's been the MP for that part of Surrey for many years. He's fought incredibly hard to stay on, including spending huge amounts of his own money, campaigning very hard locally, almost being absent from the national campaign. He's a 10,000 majority. There have been some changes in the boundaries in that seat, but he went into it with a 10,000 majority. But the Conservatives, for a long time, have been very, very nervous about Jeremy Hunt losing his seat. It's in Hazelmere where the count is, but the constituency is Godalming and Ash, and you can just see the returning officer there potentially making history, being the first Chancellor to lose his seat. But let's listen in. Oh, his microphone isn't on, so Chris Mason's microphone's on. Chris, looking at all these big Tory names going tonight, you can see Jeremy Hunt looking pretty ashen-faced, and remind viewers that the candidates know the results by this point. They get told quietly in a corner before they go on stage, which is why we watch their body language so closely.
They do, which is, why we find ourselves staring at a screen, trying to read the respective body language.
And here it comes.
Oh, we're interrupting Jeremy Hunt because it's the Prime Minister's declaration. So we'll keep an eye on Jeremy Hunt. We'll bring you that result as soon as we have it. But there's Rishi Sunak on stage. Now, it would be extraordinary, and the first time in history, if he were to lose his seat. It's an incredibly safe seat, Richmond, in a beautiful part of North Yorkshire. It doesn't seem likely that that will happen, and yet he must have on his mind parts of the country well beyond his constituency, because as things stand, he's leading his Conservatives
can I get your attention,
to their worst
please?
defeat
I,
for
Barry
many
Khan,
decades.
being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Richmond and Northallerton constituency held yesterday, Thursday the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and we address
So,
the stand.
the Prime Minister for now, Rishi Sunak, holds his seat in North Yorkshire quite clearly. What's happened at the same time is Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, has held his seat too in Surrey, but we're going to give you Rishi Sunak on the stage.
officer, and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Well, an extraordinary admission on the stage from Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. He has just told the country, rather than wait for the results to come in, that Labour will form the next government. He says he's called Sir Keir Starmer to concede, to congratulate Labour on winning this general election. So, from the words of the losing Prime Minister leaving his count there, Labour has won this general election. And with Rishi Sunak giving the verdict that it will be Sir Keir Starmer who will walk into Downing Street tomorrow as only the 7th Labour Prime Minister in history, only the 5th Labour leader to win a general election. So, the son of a toolmaker, as he's told us so often in the campaign, MP since 2015, Labour lawyer, now will become the next Prime Minister, according to the man who technically is the Prime Minister. I've never seen anything like it before, a concession and a congratulation.
He will be heading straight to the King at some point tomorrow to tender his resignation.
But yeah, there we have it at 4:45 in the morning. Rishi Sunak saying it's explicitly,
over.
That it is over, that he will only be Prime Minister for a matter of a handful of hours as he flies down to London to go and see the King. He's had that conversation with Keir Starmer and he anticipates, he knows that a Labour government is coming.
But he made the point that he's going to stay on as MP. He's just won his seat.
Indeed. He'd said that a couple of times on the campaign trail, but has said it again that, he will remain the MP. The big question will be for how long does he remain as Conservative leader? And he hinted, well, he said it explicitly, didn't he, that he will have more to say when he speaks in London. We will hear him speak in Downing Street in, 6 or 7 hours? I'm losing track of time. 5 or 6 hours' time, mid-morning, I suspect. Does he say anything then, or does he say anything once he's spoken to Conservative colleagues in London about the timescale of his longevity as Conservative leader? As the party begins this process that we've heard in the last few hours.
But it is an extraordinary thing we just should underline to people, everybody watching. It is an extraordinary thing to see the Prime Minister having just won his seat. The results aren't even in. We have only had 413 results declared. But you can see Rishi Sunak there perhaps trying to take back some control of what has been going on tonight by saying Labour has won, they will form the next government, and that he has already called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. So, Rishi Sunak, ironic, isn't it, on the losing side, calling the result to the country.
The winning post isn't that far away, though, frankly. I mean, we've got the tally there. Labour, 301 seats.
Yeah.
They only need 326.
But it's an extraordinary thing. Remember the same moment with Theresa May, who looked so broken. She only lost her majority. She didn't lose the election overall in 2017. But still, an extraordinary sight to see Rishi Sunak calling it to the country. That Keir Starmer and not him will be in Downing Street tomorrow.
And his Chancellor is still an MP. Jeremy Hunt. He survived in Godalming and Ash. It was close, though. It was close. This is his victory speech.
I'm deeply
deeply honoured to have been chosen once again to represent the area I grew up in and love. And after a gruelling campaign, I want to thank the people of Godalming and Ash for putting their trust in me. I won't let you down. I also want to thank my extraordinary supporters. I have been truly humbled by the amazing work we have done together under Adam's leadership. Thank you for keeping the faith when nearly every national opinion poll said we'd lost. But across the country tonight is a bitter pill to swallow for the Conservative Party. We have achieved much in government and the economy is transformed from where it was post-pandemic. Some Conservatives will wonder whether the scale of our crushing defeat is really justified. But when you lose the trust of the electorate, all that matters is having the courage and humility to ask yourself why, so that you can earn it back again. I was incredibly proud to serve under Rishi Sunak, but I wish the incoming Labour government well. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves are decent people and committed public servants who have changed the Labour Party for the better. Whatever our policy differences, we all now need them to succeed. I hope in particular they use their majority to make much-needed reforms to the NHS in a way that is sometimes difficult for Conservative governments to do. To Paul Follows, I offer my congratulations on being a tenacious and determined adversary, and I wish him well, as I do all the other candidates. Finally, a message to my family. I'm so proud of my wife. Despite not being born in this country, she's turned out to be the most formidable canvasser I know, alongside Sue and Andrew and John, of course. And a message to my children, who I sincerely hope are asleep now. This may seem like a tough day for our family as we move out of Downing Street, but it isn't. We are incredibly lucky to live in a country where decisions like this are made not by bombs or bullets, but by thousands of ordinary citizens peacefully placing crosses in boxes on bits of paper. Brave Ukrainians are dying every day to defend their right to do what we did yesterday, and we must never take that for granted. Don't be sad. This is the magic of democracy. Thank you.
Well, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, has held his seat there, but only by the narrowest of margins. Interesting, though, not the only speech tonight to strike a very gracious tone. So Conservative Chancellor has managed to hang on to his seat, but he will not be Chancellor tomorrow.
No. State of the parties. Labour on 305 seats. They only need a few more to be officially the winners of the 2024 general election. The Conservatives on 64, down 152. Labour up 137. The Liberal Democrats are on 40, up 35. Reform have 4 seats, the SNP on 4. And Sinn Féin there, they don't take up their seats at Westminster, but they have 5 as well. So that's the state of play. Not long now before Labour will be crowned winners.
That's absolutely right. Nearly at the 326 magic finishing line. Victoria Derbyshire has been with the Sunak camp. He looked pretty dejected on stage, Victoria. Not surprisingly, perhaps. So what does it feel like there where you are?
Well, you could hear a pin drop, actually, Laura. It was so quiet. He is obviously despondent. He was speaking seriously, soberly. He was pretty dignified. But, I mean, he looked broken. He knows that he has led his party to an historic defeat. And actually, in this leisure centre in North Allerton in North Yorkshire, we witnessed power transferring, didn't we? Because he called it. He said Labour have won this election. He said he'd already called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. And he said it was a difficult night for the Tories. That's probably an understatement. But he took responsibility for the loss. He walked in with his wife 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes or so before you saw him address the room here. And they looked downcast, it has to be said. It was muted in this room. He's left now. As you heard, he's going to London shortly, and as he said, he will have more to say about his future later. But he made it clear here that he would be staying as the MP for this area for the coming weeks, months and years, he said. And we've spoken to a couple of the other candidates tonight who said, oh no, we think there'll be a by-election, you know, before the next 5-year parliament is out. Not so, said Rishi Sunak to his supporters and to his activists here tonight. So, a huge story. He has retained his seat, which he was always pretty hopeful of doing, let's be honest, but he has overseen this comprehensive battering by Labour and others.
Victoria, thank you very much indeed.
We've got some new guests. Well, Diana, you're still with us.
I'm here.
Diana Davison and Aisha Hazarika joins us as well, from our advisor to Ed Miliband. First of all, how would you sum up how this evening has gone?
I think if you're a long-term Labour supporter, I cannot convey to you just the maelstrom of emotions that are going through us right now. You know, Labour has had a long, tough, brutal period in opposition. We operate as a political party not just to make speeches and be in virtuous opposition. You're in politics to win power. So it's been a really, really tough 14 years for us. And tonight, particularly as I'm speaking to you now, just hearing that moment from Rishi Sunak, to be on the precipice of being in power again is so overwhelming. And I just pay tribute to the incredible job that Keir Starmer has done, because this party was smashed to pieces back in 2019. I mean, people like me thought we wouldn't be back in the game for another 8, 10 years. So for me, the big story, and I understand there's lots of excitement about reform and other things, but for me, the absolute big story for tonight is a historic win for Labour, a historic win for Keir Starmer, and change is coming to this country after 14 years, in my view, of economic, political and moral vandalism.
Diana Davison, for you as a Conservative, what did it feel like to see Rishi Sunak basically conceding there? I mean, for people watching at home, both of you, actually, your jaws dropped when he did that on the stage, but what went through your mind?
I think it was a surprise because often there can be a tendency to kind of soldier on until things become clearer, but I think it's pretty clear. I mean, Labour only need a couple more seats, basically, to have crossed the threshold. So I think Rishi Sunak was right to concede at the point that he did. It felt more honest to do it that way than to wait. And I think his speech was incredibly gracious, you know, wishing Keir Starmer well, the fact he's already called him to congratulate him. And I agree with him. I mean, ultimately, we want a government that's going to serve the people well. Keir Starmer has won, and I sincerely hope that they're up to the task and really hope that they do well, until we can sweep back in next time around anyway. Well, I'll see how long that takes. I mean, well, a big part of that, to be fair, is, and look, I know this myself, you know, having been part of the Labour Party for a long time, we've lost many elections. What's really interesting is the lessons that a party learns when it loses an election. And just looking, I thought Jeremy Hunt's speech was very, very gracious. By the way, maybe a potential leader that we're looking at, given that he's one of the few people that's kept his seat.
He's tried it a few times before.
But hey, the third time's a charm. But I just think that the big mistake that the Conservatives could make is what the Labour Party did when we lost elections. We retreated into our comfort zone, which was going further and further to the left. And I think the big mistake that the Conservatives will make is to think, right, just because Reform have done well, to sort of chase the Reform dragon, if you like. They have lost seats to the Labour Party. They've lost seats to the Liberal Democrats. The Greens have taken votes from them. If they just focus everything on Reform, they will not be learning the lessons of what's happened to them.
OK, we'll be back with you two in just a few minutes.
We're going to talk to Stephen Flynn of the SNP, leader of the party at Westminster. Hello to you. Can you hear me? Stephen Flynn, hi there. Can you hear me?
How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah, more to the point, how are you?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Oh, jolly good, jolly good. More to the point, how are you? Because it's not looking good for the SNP.
No, it's a very bittersweet night for me. I'm obviously delighted on a personal level to have received another victory from the people of Aberdeen South, and I thank them for that. But of course, as I turn away from the stage, I'm looking at TV screens which show my colleagues losing seats right across Scotland. It's not a reflection of their work, it's not a reflection of them. We've been swept aside by the Starmer tsunami, and the effect of that is there for everyone to to see the party is now going to have to reflect, to listen, and to rebuild, and we're going to have to do it very, very quickly. There's a challenge that's in front of us, probably a challenge that we've not faced in a significant period of time. But we're going to have to get on with the job and get that rebuilding work started.
You sound shell-shocked, and you look shell-shocked. Was there any suggestion with you and the other SNP candidates out there on the ground that this would come?
I'm probably looking a little bit shell-shocked. I've been awake for 24 hours, so forgive me for that. But yeah, no, nobody was expecting this scale of defeat, and it's fairly seismic and dramatic, and it's a very, very bleak night. We thought we were very much in the mix. We knew we were going to face a huge challenge in the central belt, but of course that's been less of a challenge and in many respects more of a thumping. And we have to accept that and respect that. And that's got to be the starting point. We know that we can't compete with who's going to be Prime Minister, but we should be able to compete on who's best placed to stand up for Scotland's interests in Westminster. And the public have decided that's not us on this occasion. That's going to require the party as a collective. It's going to require individuals, it's going to require politicians, and indeed probably some of those who've been defeated as well, to all come together to look in to open the curtains and look at some of the stuff that we've perhaps shied away from, seen where the damage has been caused, see what we can do better, listen to the public, regain their trust, rebuild, and I'm no doubt that under John Swinney's leadership we'll be able to do that. But for now, it's tough. Yeah, it's absolutely tough.
Yeah, interesting. You say, look at the issues that you think you may have shied away from. What do you mean by that? Is that perhaps focusing too much on the cause of independence and not dealing with the bread and butter issues that a lot of people in Scotland are having to deal with? Do you think that's part of the problem here?
Well, you'll forgive me, and I'm sure your viewers will forgive me for not wanting to have that frank a conversation with yourself at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to keep my views on that internal within the party. I'm going to obviously speak with the party leader, with other senior members, with everyone I possibly can, and listen to their views as well about what's went wrong, because we have to have the ability within the party to have that open discussion. I know under John's leadership we're going to be able to do that, and we're going to have to do it very quickly because time is against us. The Scottish Parliament elections are 18 months to 2 years away, and we need to be in a position
Okay,
where
we're going to cut in there. We've got a declaration in North Somerset. Sorry about that.
Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,420. Dina Romero, Liberal Democrats, 3,878. So the total number of ballot papers was 51,125. There were 142 rejected ballot papers, and I hereby declare that Dan Norris is duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and Hanham constituency.
Okay, Jacob Rees-Mogg losing his seat there, and it is coming up to 5 o'clock in the morning on this, the 5th of July. And we can now say with certainty that Labour have won the 2024 general election. As I speak, they have gained 326 seats. It's now 327. The size of the majority is still to be determined as the results continue to come in. But what a moment this is for Labour.
And there is Sir Keir Starmer, who will become Britain's 58th Prime Minister. He's speaking in central London. He's the only fifth Labour Prime Minister ever to win a general election. A man who often presents a serious demeanour in public, but look at that grin from ear to ear as supporters behind him cheer. The Union flag and the saltire, look, they are being flown behind him as Labour has racked up seats in Scotland. Let's listen in to the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
A rapturous reception for Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, and tomorrow, our new Prime Minister. Celebrating his victory with a crowd of activists at a location in central London, telling them it feels good, enjoy it, but also making a promise to everybody watching, making a promise to the country to, as he said in this campaign, as he said again in the early hours of the 5th of July, return government to the service of the people. And that brings a close to 14 years of Conservative successive governments. And Sir Keir Starmer, smiling there with his wife, Victoria, hopes it will bring an end to an era of genuine political turmoil, whether it's the independence referendum, the Brexit referendum, successive general elections, the pandemic, the coalition. He's promising not just change at the top, but change for the country. But huge challenges ahead, which he's well aware of despite tonight's smiles. But Chris, huge change.
And I was struck as well by his words. There was nothing inevitable. Election victories don't fall from the sky. It's pretty important to reflect on where Labour was 5 years ago to where are we now? 343 seats at 5:10 in the morning, the night after an election, where Labour was in 2019.
It's an extraordinary moment, isn't it, that we've witnessed in just the last few minutes, looking as we are now at the man who will be the UK's Prime Minister by lunchtime, inheriting as he did the Labour leadership after its worst defeat in parliamentary seat terms since 1935 at the last general election, and where we've gone in 2 successive general elections in the UK from a landslide for the Conservatives to a landslide for the Labour Party, a volatile, fickle electorate willing to change its mind much more quickly in many more places than it's ever been willing to do so before, meaning that any incoming government, whatever the size of its majority, as the Conservatives have learned, can't be certain as to where that will lead if they are not seen by the electorate to deliver. It's been very striking following Keir Starmer in the last few weeks that he has never wanted to appear exuberant, never wanted to appear complacent. He's allowed himself a smile, as well as he might, really,
Seemed a little relaxed there,
the size of the majority he is heading towards. Those numbers ticking up frequently as we speak. But he knows 2 things, doesn't he? One is that the Labour share of the vote, given the size of the majority that they're going to have, isn't that large. And then secondly, to state the obvious, but it's worth stating, the challenges that the Labour government will inherit, whether it's the tax burden or the state of public services, many, many other things as well, not least the picture internationally, is huge and is difficult. And a lot of those issues aren't magicked away by a giant majority. And so those questions will come thick and fast, as he acknowledged, Sir Keir Starmer there, for an incoming Labour government, not least from a chunk of the electorate who might expect things to change rather quickly given the size of the mandate he's going to have.
OK, we're going to stay on those pictures. I think it's the Turbine Hall, I think, at Tate Modern, but correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure
no, you're
it won't
right.
take long.
It is.
Am I right? Yeah?
Yeah. I like a bit of art.
Let's go, though, to one of Sir Keir Starmer's colleagues, somebody who's highly likely to be in the Cabinet before tomorrow is out, Ed Miliband, at his count in Doncaster. Congratulations to you, Ed Miliband. What's going through your mind?
Huge joy, relief that the 14 years of Conservative government are over. And I just want to start by paying tribute to my friend Keir for the extraordinary job he has done in getting Labour to this point and becoming our next Prime Minister. I first met Keir in 2008. If you had told either of us then that this is the course that events would have taken, I think we would have doubted you. But it is a sign of his steeliness, his determination, fundamentally his decency and integrity. He will be a great Prime Minister of our country because of those qualities, and I think people will see those qualities in him as the Prime Minister.
For those people watching at home, though, Ed Miliband, they will want to know, as well as noticing the most resplendent fresh red rose on your lapel standing proudly there, what can people expect to change in their lives? Because as Keir Starmer acknowledged, it's not going to be easy. Money is tight, trust is hard earned. What change can our viewers actually expect from the new Labour government?
Look, I think, Laura, the truth about this campaign, and I've knocked on thousands of doors, is that people think the country's in a deep hole, and they would be right. And I think there is a sense of realism. I've had countless conversations with people on the doorstep where they say, well, look, we know you can't turn it round straight away. What can they expect? That we will start to turn the health service round, that we will start to put more police on our streets, more teachers in our classrooms, we'll set up a new publicly owned energy company, and we will hit the ground running doing that. I think there is huge realism actually among people about how quickly change can happen. Of course they want to see change, and this is a mandate for change, a seismic mandate for change, and an instruction to deliver that change, and we will take that mandate with the utmost seriousness that it deserves.
And the overwhelming story for you tonight is this incredible achievement for your party, especially given where you were in 2019. I wonder, though, what you think of places where you have actually seen Labour lose out, often to independents or to the smaller parties, whether it's your colleague Thang Debonair losing in Bristol to the Greens, or your other colleague Jonathan Ashworth, a very prominent member of the Shadow Cabinet who's been intrinsically involved in this campaign, losing in Leicester. There are some cracks below the surface of this large victory. What would you say to that?
Well, first of all, I feel deep sadness and sorrow for both Jonathan and Thangham, who are great people and incredibly decent colleagues. I think, look, the truth, Laura, is that you can take nothing for granted today in politics. There is a deep sense that politics isn't working, that politics has not worked for 14 years under the Conservatives, and there is a looking around for how we can address the problems of the country. Now, Gaza poses its own challenges. The tragic situation in Gaza, which I think explains why Jonathan lost. I'm very sad to lose Thangham, who is a very dear colleague to me. But I think, look, we are in volatile politics. That is definitely true. That should not take away, though, from the overall truth of this night, which is, after 14 years, the country has put its faith and trust back in the Labour Party again in a way that nobody thought possible barely 4.5 years ago. And look, part of our job is not just to be a government for the people, as Keir said, who voted for us, but for those who didn't vote for us, for those who didn't vote at all, who say, nobody can really fix this. I heard that a lot of times on the doorstep. Nobody can really fix this. And we intend to show that actually government can deliver for people. That's our challenge, and that's the challenge we will get stuck into right away.
Ed Miliband, Clive Myrie here. Are you going to be able, do you think, with this whopping majority, to restore some faith in government? So many people on the doorsteps have been saying that their faith in government is gone. And it's a responsibility that you have now, and it's a heavy one, to try to restore that faith in politics and in government and in public service that you've talked so much about on this campaign.
You're totally right, Clive. And you are right to say that this doesn't just stretch back 14 years, it goes well beyond that. And if you look at all of the evidence there is on this, you know, that is part of our job. I mean, of course, our job, as I say, is to deliver on what we promised. But in delivering what we promised, we have to try and restore people's faith that government can be a force for good in our society and politics can make a difference. And, you know, that is in the interest not just of the Labour Party, but all political parties and our country as a whole. You know, as always, the most frightening conversations you have on the doorstep are not necessarily when people saying they're voting for someone else, they're bad, but it's when people say, I'm not going to vote for any of you, I've never voted for any of you. And, you know, look, I think his seriousness, his decency, his non-flashiness is actually a massive advantage in that respect. This is a serious guy for serious times. He's not running, as he said, to be the circus entertainer. He's a man of deep integrity. I know him very well. And he is the right man for this moment, as the British people have decided.
Okay.
Ed Miliband, thank you.
Let's talk to Aisha Hazarika, now Labour peer, one-time aide to Ed Miliband. When Keir Starmer was speaking, when the result came in, you were, I hope you don't mind me saying, you had tears in your eyes and you look still now.
I am really quite emotional, to be honest, because I think for so many of us who have just had this really long, difficult time in opposition, long-term Labour Party supporters, what Keir Starmer has done tonight is nothing short of performing a miracle. If you go back to what happened in 2019 at that general election campaign, if you had said to us that in such a short period of time we would not just be on the brink of power we would have taken a hung parliament, but to actually have this majority, it's so overwhelming. And I think the question that you asked, Clive, picking up on what Keir Starmer said, that there was nothing inevitable about this. Yes, of course, you can argue that there was some luck involved in terms of Boris Johnson, Partygate, Liz Truss, all of that stuff. But let me tell you something in politics. Luck, you make your own luck in politics, and luck comes from years of hard work and preparation, meeting a moment of opportunity and converting that into political advantage. And that is what Keir Starmer has done with his team. And I know people feel very disillusioned about politics, the absolute state of how broken this country is. But if you look what Keir Starmer has done in 4 years, I just think he will do really good things for this country because he is decent, he is hardworking, he is sober, he is committed, he's got something noble about him. We are sick of the out-of-control car crash circus that has been in politics, which we as Westminster watchers, it's quite fun for us to follow. Out there in the country, it's affected people's everyday lives. They can't pay their mortgages. They can't get food on the table. They're worried sick about their kids. They can't see a doctor. They can't get a policeman round to their house. This country needs fixing. And I genuinely say with such hope that I do think Keir Starmer is the man to do it.
OK, Aisha, well, thank you very much indeed. I can see it really is genuinely a moment that means a huge amount to you, but my goodness, what a weight there is now on Keir Starmer's
Absolutely, he has to
shoulders.
deliver, and he has to win with humility and concentrate on deliver. No frat boy hubristic punching the air. He's got to work hard and deliver.
I can't quite imagine him ever punching the air.
No, that's true.
Maybe in the football stands, but
that's probably true.
That's pushing it a little bit. Pushing it a little
private,
bit.
who knows?
We go from the future Prime Minister to a past Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and her seat in southwest Norfolk. Apparently, Ros Atkins is reporting for us down there. It's on a knife edge.
Hi, Clive. It really is. We've been speaking to people from all of the parties who've been overseeing the count in the last few hours. And, well, the message from Labour has now been consistent for several hours. They believe they're in a tussle with reform for this seat. Some Labour sources are saying they believe Liz Truss may be in third. They've told us in the last few minutes they're confident. The Tories are telling us it is very close. They're not saying any more than that. Some other parties have also said they believe this is either a three-way race or a two-way race that doesn't involve Liz Truss. Now, none of that means that's going to be the result, but it is an illustration of the fact that we are well into the evening. The counting is still going on, but it's almost finished, and yet no one here is really sure of which way this is going to go. In the next few minutes, though, we expect we will find out. All the candidates will be on the stage just behind me, and of course the results will be read out. One piece of context which is worth mentioning, just a few minutes ago, the results of Northwest Norfolk were also announced here in King Lynn, and despite the initial exit poll from the BBC saying there was a 66% chance of Labour taking that, actually the Tories have held that seat with a majority of around 5,000. Now, that's a long way down from the previous majority of well over 20,000, but nonetheless, it's a hold. I was just chatting to one member of the Conservatives a moment ago, and he said, we're relieved. I said, what about Liz Truss's seat? And he said, we're not sure which way that's going. So all attention now is on southwest Norfolk here in Kings Lynn, and it's worth reiterating again and again, Liz Truss was Prime Minister less than 2 years ago, and yet here we are with the sun coming up in Norfolk, and we're not sure yet if she's going to hold on to her seat.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Ros, thank you for that.
That would be an incredible moment for former Prime Minister.
It's been an incredible night.
It has been an incredible night for the Labour Party. Now, Rita, we can update our numbers, our forecast. Remember where we started with the exit poll. Where are we now? Has Sir John been getting it right?
Do you know, I think he has. Thank God for that.
Yeah, I didn't want to set you up to have to say no. That would have been a bad moment.
That would have been a bad thing. Sir John has delivered yet again. All right, we've still got 125 seats to declare. Our forecast now says Labour on 408 seats. And we started the night with the forecast saying Labour on 410 seats. So it's pretty good going. Conservatives, we're suggesting, will be on 136 seats once all this is over. And we started off saying they would get 131. So, you know, full marks to Sir John for that. Let me just take you to a little bit more analysis of the exit poll with the results so far. And you can see for yourselves the Conservatives down sharply in the exit poll on 23%. And actually, based on the results so far, they've lost 20% of the vote that they got in 2019. Labour, we thought on the exit poll, up by 4%. Results so far up by 2%. And that is really fascinating, isn't it? That on the one hand, we're saying Labour landslide, and on the other hand, we're saying their share of the vote compared to 5 years ago is just up 2%. We'll be chewing over that for quite some time, I suspect. Reform, we said 14% at the start of the night. They've got 12%, and that's based on what the Brexit Party got in 2019. The Lib Dems, no change in the share of the vote, but a great big haul of seats for them. The Greens roughly the same, and the SNP going down quite substantially. So, I mean, I think that's a gold star, an A+ for Sir John.
I think it might well be, Rita, and I think we're going to talk to him now. Sir John, your job is safe here at the BBC. You will not be fired in the morning. You have been working so diligently with your team on this, and it would seem that the results, we're getting towards the end of it now, are marrying up with your prediction and that of your team from what, 8-9 hours ago?
Sure. I mean, I think, well, let's say first straight away, it was very hard work yesterday, and absolutely every single member of the team made an absolutely invaluable contribution to what was a very difficult election to forecast. That said, we still
John, I'm going to cut across you because your microphone's not on.
So it was all going so well.
It was the excitement of getting those figures so right at the beginning of the night. But we'll get back to John shortly. In fact, actually, he's going to be here in a couple of seconds. OK, John, can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine.
You can hear me, and we can hear you too, which is the point.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
So you can do an exit poll of massive complexity and not stick a
put the mic on.
So the first thing I was going to say to you is we still have about 100 results to go. So, we're not absolutely finally there. But what I was then going on to say is, look, this is not just me. This has been a very substantial multi-person operation. It was quite a hard election to model. It required a lot of work, much more difficult than most other elections that we've previously been involved with. And, fingers crossed with, as we said at the beginning of the night, we weren't quite sure about reform, and indeed we did somewhat overestimate them. In the end, we did say the SNP were going to do really badly, and I suspect most people didn't believe us. We weren't quite sure ourselves. That looks to be roughly right. But broadly speaking, yes, it does look as though it's panned out as we expected. That said, first of all, a couple of historical records, if our current forecast is right, and one really important caveat about Labour's success. So the historical records, if this forecast now is right, this will be the Conservatives' worst ever performance in the whole of their parliamentary history, so far as seats are concerned. And for the Liberal Democrats, it will be their best result since 1923, and better than anything that Charles Kennedy or Paddy Ashdown or Nick Clegg managed to achieve. The second thing I think what one should say is that actually, but for the rise of the Labour Party in Scotland, which has been truly spectacular, we will be reporting that basically Labour's vote has not changed from what it was in 2019. In Wales, it's actually down, and England, it is barely changed. One has to say, this does look like an election that the Conservatives have lost, and have lost primarily because of the votes they have lost to reform, which has cost the party seat after seat after seat. Around 2/3 of the seats that the Conservatives have lost are seats where if reform voters had voted Conservative, they would still have hung on to. So Labour have, in these early hours, acknowledged the difficult task that faces them. I think they also need to realise that while they have won the right to govern the country, they are not necessarily backed by a very high proportion of the country, and they've still got an awful lot of people to win over during the course of their term of office.
Sage words. Thank you, John, and to your team for all the work that you've put into this.
Absolutely. And one place where their predictions look pretty in line with what's been going on is in Scotland. So just to remind you, the state of the parties, Labour have gained 36 seats there. They're now on 37. And actually, I've got to say, a few months ago, that would have been the stuff of Labour's dreams. For a long time, things looked like they would be really even Stevens between them and the SNP. That is not what has happened at all. Alex Salmond, the former SNP leader, suggested to us about an hour ago that it meant the SNP's claim of a mandate for independence from this election would be laughed at. Let's see what James Cook, our Scotland editor, has to make of what's been going on. James, this is a disaster for the SNP, isn't it?
It's a total disaster for the Scottish National Party, Laura. There's no question about that whatsoever. A complete reverse of the stunning electoral win that they had in 2015 when they took 56 out of 59, as it was then, of Scotland's constituencies. The tide has shifted, it's changed, and it's swept away many, many, many members of Parliament for the SNP. Now, interestingly, I was just chatting to one of them who lost his seat here in Glasgow, Labour winning everything here in Glasgow, David Linden, and he said he didn't really think this election was about independence, which is odd, because this is the manifesto, and that's the first page of it, and it says, vote SNP for Scotland to become an independent country. So, the SNP understand that they have to regroup. The Deputy First Minister, Kate Forbes, was saying that very early in the night. They need to reassess, they need to regroup, they need to rethink, but they're doing so from a much, much lower base. They're no longer the third largest party at Westminster. That means the loss of money that you get that's associated with that, so that's one issue for them. And Labour, on the other hand, absolutely cock-a-hoop here in Glasgow and across Scotland. Are they back for good? That is the big question. Labour were the dominant force in Scottish politics for decades, from 1959 all the way through to the general election of 2010, until they were swept away in 2015 as Scottish politics was convulsed by the independence referendum the year before that. So the question is, what will Labour do now? Will they build on the success? They very much hope they will. They're looking forward to the 2026 Scottish parliamentary elections to see whether or not they can get control of the Scottish government, and that, they think, would be yet another indication, if they manage to do so, that they have pushed the idea of independence right off the table. But the big question is, and lots of voters I've talked to around the country have been asking this, what does meaningful change from the Labour Party look like when the party has promised to stick to Conservative spending constraints, and also to some Tory welfare policies? There's many other questions, but, you know, it's clearly an amazing night for the Scottish Labour Party. Now, the hard work will begin.
Absolutely. James, thank you very much indeed. Scottish Labour really winning every corner of the country. Naheela and Yar up in the Western Isles, and then all the way over, more than they might have dared dream not so long ago. Interesting note also, the Conservatives have won no seats in Wales. It's the first time that's happened since 2001.
Yeah. We're going to go to Northern Ireland now. Andrea Catherwood. Few results coming in there. The big one, I suspect, Andrea, Belfast East, the battle of the party leaders. Naomi Long of the Alliance Party and Gavin Robinson of the DUP. Who won out?
Indeed. Well, actually, Gavin Robinson won this seat fairly narrowly, but he did win it, which is very good news for the DUP in otherwise a very difficult night for them. That means that the new leader of the DUP is returning to Westminster, but possibly the bigger story of the night is actually going to be in North Antrim. North Antrim was the safest seat on paper for the DUP. It has been in Paisley hands. The last time it wasn't in Paisley hands, Richard Nixon was president. It belonged to Ian Paisley Sr., then Ian Paisley Jr., and we are hearing tonight that it's actually gone to the TUV. Now, this is a party that you probably haven't heard of, and many people won't have heard of. It's the traditional unionist Voice. They are affiliated, sorry, we're just getting a declaration here from West Belfast. They are affiliated to Reform UK, so it plays into the story of the night. This is a complete surprise. Ian Paisley had a 12,000 majority there, and it looks very much like that's been overturned. I'm looking at some monitors in front of me. I can see a smiling Jim Allister. I can tell you Jim Allister doesn't smile very often. I think he's won it.
I mean, was there much evidence, Andrea, of the suggestion at the beginning of the campaign that Sinn Féin would step back in certain areas, allow Alliance a free run?
Yeah. Yeah, well, Sinn Féin did step back, particularly in Lagan Valley. That was the seat that for 27 years was held by Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. He stepped back and Sinn Féin didn't run. Saoirse Eastwood of Alliance has won that seat. Now that is a great victory for Alliance, and in fact they will only be returning one MP, and that will be Saoirse Eastwood, because they lost their MP in North Down, which was Stephen Farry. So Saoirse Eastwood is a young, very vibrant MP. She's totally committed. In 2017, she voted in her wedding dress because she was getting married that day. She's been working very hard. And yes, Sinn Féin stepped back, and that helped her and helped Alliance to win that seat.
All right, Andrea, thank you for that update from Northern Ireland.
Let's go then to Wales. Our colleague Howell Griffiths is in Cardiff for us, and all of the seats in Wales have now declared, we understand. How does it look?
Wales looks once again like a Tory-free zone. The first time in almost 2 decades that the Welsh Conservatives have failed to win any seat whatsoever. And the Welsh map is once again largely red. So we were down to 32 constituencies, 27 of them going to Labour, 4 to Plaid Cymru and 1 to the Lib Dems. But really, it's the Tory losses that are the story. The safest seat of all, at least you'd have thought so just a couple of weeks ago, Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr. That was held previously by Craig Williams, the MP caught up in the betting scandal. He was suspended as a candidate. He was relegated to 3rd place behind Labour and then Reform. In fact, Reform doing well, coming second in several seats. The Tories also losing to Labour in Monmouthshire, where the Welsh Secretary, David T.C. Davis, was quite quick to declare himself no longer an MP. He said that at the start of the evening. And over the course of the evening, some of his predecessors as Welsh Secretary, Alan Cairns losing in the Vale of Glamorgan, Stephen Crabb losing in Pembrokeshire, Simon Hart, also the Chief Whip, a key figure in the Sunak government, or what was the Sunak government. He's also gone, losing Caerfyrddin. That seat going to Plaid Cymru. They've had a pretty good night. Their expectations were low, talking about 2 seats. Actually, they got 4, and their vote share in several seats went up. Vote shares are pretty important in Wales, not so much for this election, but for next time. There's a Senedd election 2026, and that's where Reform may be very, very confident now. Coming second in several seats, doesn't get them anything tonight, but may well augur very well for them in 2026.
Howell, thank you. Let's go straight to another declaration coming in Brighton. The sound isn't great, but we're going to try to listen in and see what's happening there.
Constituency are as follows. Sorry.
Phone.
Valerie Gray, Social Democratic Party, 784 votes. Elaine Hills, Green Party, 7,997. Stuart Malcolm Stone, Liberal Democrats, 3,949. Kobe Ann Vallis, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,230. Emma Lucy Wall, Independent, 1,833. Chris Ward, Labour Party, 17,893. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Now, that's Labour's Chris Ward who's been elected there. Forgive me, that was not the Brighton Pavilion result, where the Greens are hoping to hang on. That was the neighbouring seat, Brighton Kemp Town. Now, it was controversial because a Labour former MP of the left was booted out there. He wasn't allowed to stand. And Chris Ward, the man with the red rosette there, a very close aide of Keir Starmer for a long time, has now taken that seat. So Labour have held Brighton Kemp Town but with a new face there, Chris Ward. He becomes the latest Labour MP to take their total now to 374. You can see the numbers there changing on your screen. So at 5:40 in the morning, Labour is on course for an extremely handsome majority, having won the general election of 2024. Much of those seats happening in Scotland.
Indeed, which takes us straight to Glasgow. And Anna Sauer, leader of Scottish Labour, joins us. Thank you for being with us. First of all, your response to the night.
Look, it's an incredible and historic night here in Scotland and right across the UK. And I want to say a huge thank you to people in Scotland for putting their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party. We recognise their demand for change, and tomorrow that hard work begins in order to, yes, move away from the chaos and division of the Tories, but to start that journey for change. They have rejected the Tories after 14 years. They've clearly rejected the SNP, who are incompetent in government here after 17 years, and that's why we need change both right across the UK and here in Scotland.
The biggest gains for Labour nationally were actually in Scotland. In Wales, they're down. In England, it's about even. In Scotland, that's where part of the real success has come.
Well, it's incredible when you look at the national and regional breakdown that I think we have doubled our share of the vote here in Scotland. We had our worst result since 1910 at the last general election. We returned only one MP, coming fourth in the general election here in Scotland. And in 4 years to have turned that round to where we have won a clear majority in Scotland, won the election, is of course phenomenal, but we've still got work to do. And people have put their faith and trust in us. I want to say a genuine thank you to each and every single one of them, particularly those actually who may have voted for other political parties in the past, who may even have supported independence in the past. I recognise your desire for change, I recognise your demand for change, and we get to work straight away to deliver for you and your family.
Anna Sarwar, as we're speaking, Douglas Ross, the Conservative sometime leader in Scotland, has lost his Westminster seat. Viewers might remember he was replacing a former MP in the battle there, which raised eyebrows locally, but he has lost his seat. But he's lost his seat to the SNP. I mean, could you say to our viewers tonight, hand on heart, that somehow the SNP disaster tonight means their call for independence can disappear? You still have a significant chunk of the electorate in Scotland that hopes for that to happen.
Well, I think what's happened today clearly is people recognising that they want government to work, and they don't feel the UK Tory government has worked, and that's why they rejected them so decisively. But actually neither do they think this SNP Scottish government is working for them either, and that's why the SNP has been rejected so decisively tonight as well. And I make no bones about it. People know my view. I don't support independence, I don't support a referendum, but I can understand why so many people have been crying out for change and may have looked for an escape route. Well, we have got rid of the Tories. They're done, they're out. The Tory government has come to an end after 14 years. We now have a Labour government that can start delivering for the people of Scotland. And I want to reach out to everyone right across that divide on the constitutional question to say whether you will leave or remain, whether you are yes or no, the Scottish SNP government's not working for you either. And I want to pull our country together to deliver that two-stage process of change.
But that's interesting. You've said clearly that this election result, whether it's about the Conservatives on a UK picture or the SNP on a Scottish picture, you've said there this is about competence, not the Constitution. So you are not saying that this result shows the independence debate is over in any sense.
Look, I've always said it's for the people of Scotland to decide, and they have decided tonight. They've decided they want the end of a Tory government. They've decided they want a Labour government, and they've decided that this SNP government also needs to change too, and they're not happy with its performance. Scottish Labour is now the party of change, but we've changed our party over the last 3 years. We've worked with hard work and humility and energy so we can look people in the eye in this election and try and earn their trust, earn their support. That doesn't stop now that we've won the election across the UK, and anything that ramps up. And I'm absolutely determined that our Scottish Labour MPs, that will be at the heart of a UK Labour government, start to deliver straight away for people here in Scotland, and we will redouble our efforts as we prepare for the election in 2026, because I want to serve people in Scotland regardless of their view on the Constitution, because it's far too important, and far too many people are being let down right now by two failing governments. That change starts tomorrow.
OK, Anna Sarwar, thanks for joining us from Glasgow. You see, politics never stops. He's already thinking about the Holyrood election in 2026, and it's only 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the general election, 2024.
Number 10, there, that famous black door. We talked about who would be walking through that corridor of power into that building there. And it's clearly now Sir Keir Starmer after a thumping election win. Labour now currently on 378 seats, the Conservatives on 92. Jeremy Vine has more on the changing landscape within Britain now. Jeremy.
Yes, Clive. So we've got our hexagon map because it's so clear, this. It shows the impact of the result because it makes every single constituency the same size. You talked about 378 Labour seats. Well, here we are looking at the Labour gains. So before tonight, these were the colours of the Labour gains: blue in England and Wales, and Scotland, SNP yellow. And what I'm going to do then is just show you the seats as they were. Let's just grow these hexagons so they actually go to the height of the majority that they had before. Let's see this. Right, there we go. There you can see, particularly classically in the south, east, southwest of England, very big Tory majorities. I'll just point out 3 seats as well, if I can, just round here. So we have these 3 very big majorities in Cannock Chase, Lichfield and Tamworth, those 3 seats right next to each other. Now we'll go back to all of them together. And what I'm going to do now is animate the map so you see the seats change and you see the new hexagons come on, the red hexagons at the height of the new Labour majority. Let's have a look, because this is very dramatic here. This effectively is the 2024 election result here. All of those seats, blue in England, yellow in Scotland, replaced by Labour red, and some safe Tory seats becoming safe Labour. That's truly remarkable, isn't it?
It is remarkable, truly remarkable. Thank you, Jeremy. Danny Finkelstein is here, long-time Conservative watcher and columnist for The Times. The Conservative scale of defeat, the worst ever in parliamentary history.
Yes, I'm not surprised, though. I can't think that anybody who's watched what's happened should be surprised. If you end up having 5 prime ministers and you have 4 chancellors of the exchequer in a very short period of time, and you have a Home Secretary and then sack the Home Secretary and then get the Home Secretary again and sack her again, at a time when the country's in any case got significant economic problems, it's hardly surprising the party suffered a big defeat. And I think it lost votes to all parties for pretty much the same reason. I know everyone's considering the difference between Labour voters and Reform voters, but common to it all was people feeling the government wasn't mature or realistic. And as a result, a lot of, very good friends of mine, whom I admire a lot, have lost their seats. And I completely get why.
Lord Finkelstein, we can just see Rishi Sunak about to get out of the car at Teesside Airport. He'll be about to get on a plane and make his way back to London. I just want to bring in Kelly Beaver, who's the Chief Executive of Ipsos Mori, part of the huge effort to put the exit poll together. And you spend your life studying all of these things. If people are putting on the telly at 10 to 6 to get up for an early shift and they haven't been following things overnight, Labour's won the general election. Yes. What's the scale of the change we've seen?
Absolutely seismic, the change that we have seen from Labour in this election. But I would point to, as we heard earlier from Sir John Curtis, the Conservative defeat, which is probably a bigger story in this electoral contest today. You can see some of the issues like views on competency in government feeding through, and also they've been flanked by reform, as the Conservatives have also been suffering from this disillusion of politics, concerns amongst certain constituencies about key issues like immigration, where Reform have really been able to make progress and damage their share. So I think it's a sort of tale of 2 stories, if you will, but there's definitely a big incumbency impact here, both in the UK more broadly, but in particular in Scotland, where we're seeing that issue too.
So essentially, if you were in charge, you're getting hammered.
You are, you really are. And trust, competency, and one of the other big challenges, of course, is the overwhelming desire for change amongst the British populace. 8 in 10 want change in the country. That is what has been promised by a Labour government.
Yeah, Danny Finkelstein, I mean, is that the point we've reached, or where the Conservative Party reached? 14 years is just long enough.
Yeah, look, that is definitely one.
17 years for the SNP in Scotland.
Yeah, that's because the SNP and the Conservative Party, they did lose for that reason partly, right? So it was just longevity, and at the end of a period, you tend to lose. But I think we shouldn't underplay Labour's achievement.
Yeah, because you don't always lose like this.
They reposition themselves to win in this electoral system by being the sort of fit-to-govern party in most of the constituencies in the country. And that was a real, Keir Starmer was right to say that was a real achievement of changing the party to do that. And so I think, one of the things people are fed up with is Tories just talking about themselves and Tories talking to each other and arguments between Tories. There's now going to be a Labour government with a massive majority, so we need to start considering analysing what they've done. And, you've got to look at it, and electorally it's been very impressive what they've done, and they understood what the electoral system they were fighting in, and a forced election. The left designed to maximise that, and the left effectively has found a way of uniting, even though the Liberal Democrats are outside the Labour Party, by targeting their votes. The right has split. So the advantage the Conservatives have had for a century, really, in the electoral system has turned into a disadvantage.
If we can be a bit more brass tacks about it, though, Danny, the promise from Rishi Sunak and the people around him was that he was not going to be chaotic. He was going to be able to bring the Conservative Party up to where he was. When he moved into number 10, the idea was he was more popular than the Tory party, even though he hadn't won the Tory leadership, and he would drag the party up to meet him. And instead, actually, his personal ratings went down and down and down. I mean, one of the essay questions for the Tory party is going to be, did Rishi Sunak make it worse? And was it a mistake to call the election in the summer rather than wait till autumn to give him a better chance?
I mean, he ended up managing the party rather than the country. And I always thought that was a mistake. The counter to my point is maybe the party, maybe that had to happen. Maybe he simply couldn't otherwise be Prime Minister at the head of the Conservative Party as it was. But I felt the moment he decided to do that, it doomed the party to lose at the election. But the real reason why the Conservative Party lost the election is because in Boris Johnson and Liz Truss had appointed people who were simply not suitable for the office, even though they're both people who were perfectly capable in different ways. And Boris Johnson was removed because people felt he didn't have integrity, and Liz Truss was removed because the economy nearly went over a cliff. And once you've done that, how are you going to win the election? Except by unhaving parties and unlying to Parliament and Liz Trussifying the economy, and you can't do that.
Is that what happens when you have a very good majority? Was there a danger of becoming complacent with 80-plus seats from Boris Johnson on down? And do you potentially see a similar thing happening with Labour at some point?
Well, it could. At the moment, I think they're showing maturity in their approach. It could eventually happen, without any question. But, when the Conservatives started talking about, I don't really remember this 5 families, right? And it was preposterous. It was embarrassing to watch that. And
people hadn't followed
and I think it was
outlining 5 different tribes in the Tory party. So the party was so split that publicly, as journalists or pundits like you or journalists like me, you could sit and say, well, there's 5 groups. And the public can see that.
It was also the self-aggrandisement of using the term from The Godfather to describe the party. So the party did, you're right, Clive, become so used to power, it thought that it didn't have to go back to the electorate. And when it chose its leaders, it did the same thing. It chose Liz Truss, despite the fact that I think she was likely to propose something that wouldn't work and people wouldn't want, and then did that and ended up losing losing office in only 50 days.
But those are your members you're criticising.
Yeah, I'm critical of everybody who was involved in that decision. But let's face it. I was also responsible because, as a Conservative, I share a degree of collective responsibility. I'm happy to accept it. I was putting an argument the whole time for a party that was more moderate and more reasonable and more considered and achieved more, which I think would have got votes back from Reform as well as Labour. But I didn't win that argument, and I think people like me have got to reflect, why did we not? Why did we not enthuse people? Absolutely.
All right. Danny, a little bit more from you a bit later on. The sun has risen, and look at this. Over number 10. And at some point later on today, Keir Starmer will be walking through that famous door at number 10. And Rita will have more analysis now on the night's events.
Yeah, the shape of the night that we've just had with dawn breaking. Look, we've got 76 seats left to declare. This remains our BBC forecast. Labour on 408 seats, the Conservatives on 136. Let's see how we got here, because some very, very well-known faces over the years in Westminster are now out of Parliament. They include the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps, who's lost his seat in Welwyn Hatfield. They include Alex Chalk in Cheltenham. He's the Justice Secretary, or he was, because he's now no longer an MP. They include Gillian Keegan, Education Secretary, as was. She's lost her Chichester seat to the Liberal Democrats. I've got another screen of people in exactly the same position. Penny Mordaunt, the leader of the House of Commons, lost her seat in Portsmouth North to Labour. Michelle Donnellan, Science Secretary, lost her seat in Wiltshire to the Lib Dems. And Johnny Mercer, Veterans Minister, lost his Plymouth seat to Labour. But it hasn't all been totally one way. Oh, no, I've got a few more to show you first. Robert Buckland, former Lord Chancellor, he's lost his Swindon South seat to Labour. Therese Coffey, who you'll remember was Deputy Prime Minister to Liz Truss for a short period of time. She's lost her seat to the Labour Party. And Jacob Rees-Mogg, arch-Brexiter, has lost his seat to Labour in Somerset as well. As I was getting ahead of myself, I was trying to say... Let me try that again. Oh, is my screen going to change? It is. Hasn't been totally one way. Labour have achieved a remarkable victory tonight, but there have been casualties, and they include Jonathan Ashworth in Leicester South, where an independent has overturned a very, very big Labour majority to gain that seat from Labour. And Jonathan Ashworth, one of the very senior Labour figures, is now out of Parliament. Perhaps a more predictable result here in Bristol Central, which the Greens have been targeting very heavily. They've gained it from Labour, and that means Thangam Debonair, their culture spokeswoman, is also out. And Wes Streeting is not a casualty. He's hung on to his seat in Ilford North, but he had a majority of about 9,000. That's been cut to about 500. There are different things going on in these different seats, but there have been some results that will cause them a certain amount of worry, and that will be chewed over, no doubt, in the coming hours. But Clive, Laura.
Rita, thank you so much. And amazing there. That was almost the first time that one of your graphics fell over at 6 a.m. But it didn't, it worked, so it still hasn't happened. There we go. That is a giant success.
Yes, talking about success, we're going to go to North London, Barnet. And 2 of the 3 seats there have gone to Labour. Charlotte Gallagher can bring us up to date with exactly what happened. Charlotte.
It's been really momentous here, Clive. So 2 seats have declared. Chipping Barnet, Theresa Villiers, she's held that seat since 2005. It's always been Conservative since 1950, no longer. They've now got their first Labour MP. This was one of the key target seats for Labour in London, and they've pulled it off. Theresa Villiers afterwards was asked if she blamed Rishi Sunak, but she wouldn't comment on that, but she did say the night had been a total disaster. Earlier, Finchley and Golders Green, Labour took that from the Conservatives. That's a huge turnaround for them, because in 2019 they came third after the Conservatives and Lib Dems, but Sarah Sackman won that seat for Labour. She spoke to me afterwards saying that Labour had changed, and the allegations of anti-Semitism that had mired the party when Jeremy Corbyn was in charge were no longer around. People here, it's the largest Jewish population in the UK, in Finchley and Golders Green. They believe the party has changed. Sarah Sackman believes the party has changed. She did tell me she was very disappointed that Jeremy Corbyn had been re-elected in Islington North. We've got 1 more seat to declare here. That's Hendon. The Labour team are looking very confident. In fact, it's been huge smiles from them all night. The Conservatives have been looking glum, and from the results that have come in, you can really see why.
Yeah, huge smiles for Labour pretty much everywhere. Charlotte, thank you for that in North London. 2 of the seats there going to Labour.
One of them, Margaret Thatcher's seat, now in Labour's hand. Now, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Time to take a breath, catch up on the headlines. Let's have a roundup of the latest news. Let's check in with Charlie State.
Good morning. It's Friday, the 5th of July. The Labour Party has won a landslide victory in the general election, with the Conservatives on course for the worst result in their history. Rishi Sunak conceded defeat, congratulating the next Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. The Liberal Democrats and Reform Party have made gains, but there have been significant losses for the SNP. Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus reports.
A moment of history and, finally, a smile from Sir Keir Starmer as the scale of his personal and political achievement became clear, taking Labour from historic low to landslide. And all in just 4 years, a feat applauded by his wife.
Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance, a return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community and your future.
And a little before 5 in the morning, Rishi Sunak re-elected, but his party, facing its worst ever election result, conceded.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides.
Elected.
The first senior Tory to go was just after midnight. Swindon South, a Labour gain. For Robert Buckland, former Justice Secretary, a lonely walk to end a 14-year career as an MP. Angry, he blamed infighting and incompetence for leaving his party so diminished.
I'm fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position. You know, the truth is now, with the Conservatives facing this electoral Armageddon, it's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb.
The Liberal Democrats then ousted the current Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, and the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan. Labour defeated Penny Mordaunt, one of the favourites to be a future Tory leader. And another one too, the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps.
We've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched.
Jacob Rees-Mogg lost his seat to Labour.